Welcome to this meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. I'd ask those in the room to end their conversations as we begin here. Thank you. We have just a giant amount of paperwork before us today. As you can see on these desks, we have a number of appointment hearings for MEPERS, the Maine Labor Relations Board, and for the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. And we are going to proceed with those before we handle a work session on LD 1587. But before we get to any of that, I'm going to ask members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting on my right with Representative Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Marshall Archer. I represent District 129, which is part of Saco. Thank you.
Good morning, Dick Bradstreet, Senate District 15, Augusta, Belgrade, China, Mount Vernon, Sydney, and Vassalboro.
Good morning, Joe Rafferty, Senate District 34.
Mike Tipping, Senate District 8 in Penobscot County.
Representative Amy Rader, District 23, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Gary Drinkwater, District 27.
Representative Valley Geiger, District 42.
Representative Matthew Beck, part of South Portland, House District 122. And I'd like us to pause for a very brief moment of silence for James Brown and Dwayne Campbell, two state employees who worked for the DOT who were killed while working yesterday. Thank you.
Thanks
very much.
Good morning. My name is Rafael Macias. I represent House District 51, part of Topsom.
Good morning, Alicia Collins. I represent the towns of Vassalboro and Sydney in District 61. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you all. We're going to begin with some appointments to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Mr. Fuller Guggens is not available until 10:15, so we'll begin with Mr. Richard Tivier of Lewiston. And I'm going to read the full script for our first one, and I may abbreviate it for future confirmation hearings, but to begin, this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor for the purpose of considering the nomination by the Governor of Mr. Richard Metivier of Lewiston for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Persons testifying at the public hearing today are advised that the hearing is live streamed and may be seen and heard by persons watching online. A recording of the meeting will also be archived. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation for the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Rader for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Richard Metivier of Lewiston for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees.
Thank you. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available at the rostrum. The chair would now recognize the governor or her representative for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marian Tarowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the nomination of Richard Metivier of Lewiston as a member of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. The Maine Public Employees Retirement System can be found in MRS under Title V, Chapter 421, Subchapter 17101. The board is responsible for the proper operation of the retirement system, formulating policies and exercising general supervision of the system, and for making the final decision on all matters pertaining to administration, actuarial assumptions, actuarial recommendations, and the reserves and investments of the retirement system. In addition, the board makes the final and determining administrative decision in all matters affecting the rights, credits, and privileges of all members of the retirement system, including the determination in all cases of doubt of whether a person is an employee. Mr. Mativier is a retired member of the participating local district retirement program of the retirement system and is appointed for nomination by the governing body of the Maine Municipal Association as required by statute. Mr. Mativier graduated from Husson College with bachelor's degree in business administration. Upon graduating college, he went on to work as an assistant to the city controller for the city of Lewiston before becoming the assistant controller and purchasing agent in 1974. In 1980, he became the director of finance for the city of Lewiston. He stayed with the city until 2010, when he moved to the private sector, where he worked as a part-time consultant with the Eaton Peabody Consulting Group until his retirement in 2019. In addition to Maine PERS, Mr. Mativier has served on several boards, including the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust, the Lewiston Municipal Federal Credit Union, and the Loan Qualification Committee for the Lewiston Auburn Chamber of Commerce. He has served as the Maine Municipal Association's trustee to the system since 2006. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the nomination of Richard T. Mativier of Lewiston. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions of the governor's representative. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The chair would now recognize Mr. Richard Mativier for the purpose of making a statement. Welcome.
Good morning. Senator Tipping, Representative Brader, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Richard Mativier from Lewiston. It's a pleasure to be here today to discuss my nomination by the Maine Municipal Association and Governor Mills to serve on the Public Employees Retirement System as a representative of participating local districts. My initial appointment to the Maine PERS Board was in 2007 when I was nominated to complete the unexpired term of the previous PLD representative. My background and experience to serve as a trustee includes serving as finance director for the city of Lewiston for 30 years, from 1980 to 2010. My responsibilities included preparing and analyzing financial statements, directing the city's investment program, managing the city's risk management and fringe benefit programs, as well as serving on the board of many organizations as chairman or treasurer. At the end of 2008 fiscal year, shortly after my appointment to the board, the fund balance of the retirement system amounted to $10.5 billion. And as of the end of fiscal year 2025, the fund balance was $21.3 billion. And currently, as of today, I can report that the fund balance is $22 billion. During the same period, 2008 to 2025, the number of retirees and beneficiaries has grown from 34,182 to 51,515. And the aggregate funded ratio of the system has increased from 79.7% to 88.3%. As vice chairman of the board, in addition to serving as chair in his absence, we both meet with the CEO 2 days prior to board meetings to review agenda, familiarize ourselves with the items to be covered at the upcoming meeting, and provide any feedbacks as necessary for various items. Although I am not a member of the participating local district committee, I have attended most of their scheduled meetings to get an understanding of their thoughts and positions on various issues that may or may not come before the trustees for adoption. As a member of the board's Finance and Audit Committee, we have reviewed regularly the system's administrative and investment budgets, which combined amount to $30.5 million. The retirement system has contracted with Whipfleet LLP of Minneapolis, Minnesota to perform internal audits of the various functions of our operations. Results of these internal audits indicate that strong internal controls exist in the system's operations. We also meet at least twice a year with the system's external auditor, Barry Dunn, to review work plans and result of annual audits. I'm proud to report that the system continues to receive an unqualified opinion from our auditors and that Maine PERS continues to receive the Certificate of Excellence in Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association, which is one of the highest distinctions in public financial reporting. Through the collective action of the system's CEO and staff, our investment consultants, actuary, and the legislature, the retirement system has weathered 2 recessionary periods, the pandemic, better than most retirement systems, public retirement systems, and we are in the top quartile of the peers in public defined benefit retirement plans. I have been honored and have enjoyed my time serving on the Maine PERS board and dealing with the many challenges which the retirement system faces. As a trustee, I have maintained my fiduciary duties and have acted solely in the best financial interest of the members and recipients of retirement benefits. I would be grateful for the opportunity to once again serve on the Retirement System Board of Trustees and would look forward to contributing in protecting the assets of all participants, ensuring that they receive a quality level of service, and to make decisions that will be in the best interest of all the members, beneficiaries, and their families. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Mativier, thank you very much for your hard work on the board and your willingness to continue to serve. And thank you for testifying here today.
Okay, thank you.
The chair would ask if any members of the committee have questions of the nominee. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your service. I have a question about something that came up at the last session when we were confirming a Maine PERS board, and that was the fact that the highest paid employees at Maine PERS are paid significantly more than any other New England states retirement boards. I think several of us expressed concerns about that at the time. So my question to you, sir, does that continue to be true? Do you see it as a problem? And what were the raises or any bonuses given this year to those top 5, 10 employees? Thank you.
Relative to staff compensation, we've focused on the CEO and compensation of the Chief Executive Officer. We've contracted with a Hudipole Associates, which is a consulting firm that focuses a lot on retirement systems throughout the country. The focus on our evaluation and comparing where we stood relative to other peers focus on systems that range from $11 billion to $25 billion. So our focus was basically trying to come up with compensation levels that are competitive with the other systems, given the fact that all of our evaluations of the CEO have been extremely positive, and we want to ensure that we can continue to provide adequate compensation in order to keep our CEO in the same position. Relative to compensations, most recently we were provided a COLA, and we haven't yet made any compensation decisions relative to the current year, but the previous one was equal to cost of living increase for the Chief Executive Officer.
So do you feel like the only way continue to keep the talent that you have is to pay them significantly more than many of our larger New England states?
I don't believe, in fact, that we are paying significantly more than the other New England states. If you look at the overall size of their systems versus ours, and, you know, the level of compensations that they're receiving.
Are there additional questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and serving. I bring readings a letter in opposition to your reappointment, and I think it's only fair for you to hear it while you have a chance to respond. And it centers around the Public Law 2021, Chapter 231, divestment from fossil fuels, and it said that you haven't been doing an adequate job in divesting from fossil fuels. And I know that we have a constitutional requirement that you have to look after the best interests of the people, the retirees. Would you like to comment on that?
Certainly. Our fiduciary responsibilities is strictly with the retirees of the system. This is an issue that we have looked to the Attorney General for guidance relative to our fiduciary responsibilities and what we should be doing when we're making decisions relative to the course of our investments. And we've had three different occasions where the Attorney General's office has appeared before us at meetings. The most recent one was in December last month, and indicated that our responsibilities are relative to fiduciary responsibilities with the members of the system, and that although I can report that our fossil fuel exposure has actually decreased since 2020 from 8.1% of our overall investments to, in 2025, 5.4% of our total investments. So although we are making strides in reducing it, we're not doing it in such a way that would negatively impact all of the retirees and beneficiaries of the system.
Additional questions, Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. But I do want to look back, if I may, that we had an issue the first half of the 132nd on how we are paying the people that are on disability. And there were certain facts that came out during those hearings. And there was right around 50 people that are on disability. And when we saw what they were earning, because they're on disability, it shocked me, frankly, sir, that we were treating those folks that way. And then when we heard about the folks that had to pay back to Maine PERS and how some of them went through bankruptcy, that shocked the whole committee, frankly. So we brought it to the attention. I will give you a little bit of credit that you folks did go back and you've made some changes, but we're not done yet. When we compare what these folks are making compared to what we're paying salaries, sir, something needs to be done. And that's from a conservative Republican, that you need to treat them more fairly. That's more of a statement, but I appreciate what you've done for them so far. Keep it up.
If I can just respond briefly, we certainly have taken steps to try to address the issues relative to this disability retirement program. We have focused on the process to improve the process so that when retirees make an application, that they know where they're going. It's not dragged out for, in some cases, it was several years in the past. And we've made significant improvements in that regard. And we most recently, our experience survey conducted in 2025, 96% of applicants agree that we treated them respectfully and the process was fair. we are also proposing some legislation that's going to come before the current legislature, which will also help in improving the system relative to payment for disability retirees.
Additional questions? Just had one following up on Senator Bradstreet's question here. So previous times that we've had nominees before us for the Board of Trustees, we've asked about, consulting with those who want to make sure that we are following the law in terms of divestment of fossil fuels, and also, re-engaging with the Attorney General on his recommendation based on recommendations made in other states that have a bit of a different understanding of fiduciary responsibility. It sounds like there was a meeting in December. I wonder if you can speak to the, broader categorization of that. Is there any kind of updated ruling in writing from the Attorney General or advice, and anything else you'd like to say about any of those meetings that have taken place?
No, just the meeting that we had most recently, because there's been some turnover in the Office of the Attorney General relative to the Assistant Attorney General that reports to the board. It used to be Betsy Stivers, and now it's John Nichols. And due to the changes, that occurred within the Attorney General's office, we had, someone come to our meeting and update us relative to, the process and what our fiduciary responsibilities were, and indicated that, we were following basically our fiduciary responsibilities in, protecting the assets of the retirees, and that as far as they were concerned, there weren't any, issues relative to our violations of, any statutes.
I appreciate that, and I realize our previous conversations around that have been with the board chair and others here. But appreciate if there is anything that not necessarily for yourself, but for others here representing the board, any improved guidance on that, we would be interested in that. So, any final questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. We will begin. Sorry, is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this nomination? Welcome, Senator. And I'll just say, as you're getting signed in there, because this is our first one, anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted that statement to the committee clerk prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Please sign in on the testimony sign-in sheet at the podium. Please speak from the rostrum and state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Persons participating electronically will be called upon by the chairs, at which time they'll be promoted to panelist and can be seen and heard. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain at the podium after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. With that, thank you for testifying.
Thank you. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and other distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in strong support of the nomination of Richard Metivier for reappointment to the Maine Public Retirement System Board of Trustees. My name is Peggy Rotundo, and I proudly represent Lewiston in Senate District 21. Dick Metivier brings to his work as a member of Maine PERS Board decades of experience in smart fiscal management for the public benefit. During his 30-year career as finance director for the city of Lewiston. He helped secure millions of dollars in federal funds with zero interest financing to support school infrastructure improvements, negotiating with local banks to finance the bonds in exchange for tax credits. He was routinely tapped to lead facility improvements, lease management, and sale negotiations with private developers for large tax-acquired properties, including the 1.2 million square foot Bill Bates Mills complex and the local ice arena. Throughout his career, now in retirement, his commitment to community volunteerism has extended his leadership and financial management well beyond his day job. For many years, he served on the board of the Milestones Federal Credit Union and as a volunteer member of the Loan Qualification Committee for the Lewiston-Auburn Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce. In short, Dick Metivier has delivered meaningful results to the people of Lewiston, and he has done the same for state retirees since his initial appointment to the Maine PERS Board of Trustees in 2007. Of course, over the course of his nearly 20-year tenure on the board, under his stewardship as vice chair in recent years, the retirement system has doubled from $10.5 billion to $21.9 billion. Director Metivier brings steady leadership, deep expertise, and a proven record of delivery at a time when Maine needs all three. For these reasons, I strongly urge the committee to support Richard Metivier's nomination to the Maine PERS Board. We're very fortunate to have people with Richard Metivier's expertise and experience willing to serve the people of Maine. Thank you, and I'm very happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Senator. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we
Thank you.
appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Welcome.
Morning.
Good morning, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Kathy Conlow. I'm the Executive Director for Maine Municipal Association. Nice to see you. There's not a lot, it's already been covered, what we have, but I've had the honor of working with Dick Metivier for several years as he was a trustee on the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust. He is a stalwart protector of both the employees and the employer, and very grateful for his leadership all those years. A lot of this has been covered. He's a collaborator. He collaborated well with the staff and with the other trustees to get the best outcomes for our employees, for our public employees. So with that in mind, the Maine Municipal Employees, the Maine Municipal Association Board of Trustees has strongly endorsed Dick Metivier as our representative on the Maine PERS Board. So any questions? I'm happy to answer.
Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. All right. Are there those who wish to speak in favor of the nomination? Seeing none, is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Welcome.
Thank you for your patience. Good morning, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and to all the esteemed members of the Labor Committee. Welcome back. My name is Sue Hawes. I live in Portland. My husband has been a Maine PERS disabled retiree since 2018. I'm here today to respectfully urge the committee to oppose the renomination of Richard Metivier to the Maine PERS Board of Trustees. And I will keep my comments under 3 minutes, and I have more details and data in my written comments that were just handed out. Trustee Metivier has served, as we know, since 2007, and for many of those years has held senior leadership roles, as he said, including vice chair and longstanding membership on the board's 3-person Finance and Audit Committee. The board's Finance and Audit Committee is specifically charged with overseeing internal controls, responding to complaints, and ensuring fiscal accountability. In 2009, the board hired a new CEO, and the Maine PERS Disability Retirement Program deteriorated dramatically, as you can see on the table. Appeals of Maine PERS disability decisions became so frequent and costly that in 2016, the Maine Education Association publicly complained here in front of this committee about the legal expenses over the prior 4 years, challenging Maine PERS disability decisions. Instead of being accountable, the board outsourced its administrative problem-solving duties to appeals, serviced by hearing officers and consisting of a Maine PERS attorney representing the system and legal counsel paid for by disabled members as appellants. The oldest data I have shows that at least 34 appeals were filed in 2017. About 3 were non-disability related. In 2025, 5 appeals. Since passing PL 2021, Chapter 277, conditions have approved for applicants, as you heard mentioned earlier. However, despite the precipitous decline in the number of disabled retirees, as you see in the graph, the drop in the number of appeals in recent years, and the elimination of much of the disability department's long practice busy work, yet despite all that, the department's administrative costs have moved in the opposite direction. The annual administrative cost of the disability program per disabled retiree has risen sharply. And from 2020 to 2024, as was mentioned earlier, and you can see on the graph, employee compensation has increased dramatically. Oversight of these trends fell squarely within the responsibility of Trustee Metivier. His 18-year record demonstrates that he is not qualified to effectively execute the duties of a trustee. This is not just about finance. I urge the committee to oppose this nomination. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Are there those who wish to speak in opposition to this nominee?
Good morning, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and members of the committee. My name is Don Witherill. I am a resident of Reedfield, and I am a retiree from the state of Maine, 42 years with the Maine DEP. So I am a Maine PERS beneficiary. And I am here today to speak in opposition of the nomination of Richard Metivier to serve another term on the Board of Trustees for Maine PERS. During my time at DEP, I was also active as part of the Maine Climate Action Plan revisions in 2020. So I have been very interested in climate issues. So I have become involved with Divest Maine, a group that's been monitoring Maine PERS activities and trying to work with the staff and board to try to see compliance with the 2021 divestment law. In that role, I did attend board meetings It's several times during 2024, including July and September, the July meeting, which Richard Metivier served as vice chair. He actually was chairing the board at that meeting. And we presented information prior to the meeting to show that fiduciary responsibilities would be met while divesting of the publicly held equities in fossil fuels. The board showed no interest in following up on that information, and we were not allowed to speak. Basically, the chief financial officer took the position that a fully diverse portfolio minimizes risk, and therefore they were not interested in looking at any kind of divestment. So our take on this was that there was absolutely no chance that Maine PERS would move in the direction of divestment, even though there was the legislation in place. And of course, the deadline was January 1st of this year, which has come and gone, and they have not made significant progress. So, certainly Mr. Metivier was not the only one to not push back on the Maine PERS staff. However, given his tenure on the board, his role as vice chair of the board, and in fact, chairing one of those meetings where it came up, we just don't see any indication that, he is willing to play that role of seeking outside opinion and making progress towards what is in fact a law requiring that they make that progress toward divestment. So for that reason, I am opposing his reappointment. And in closing, I would also encourage the committee to investigate further Maine PERS lack of compliance with the 21 law. So happy to take any questions.
Appreciate your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Chair. Have you seen the Attorney General's letter that he wrote on April 9th, 2021?
Yes, I have.
And you're familiar with the fact that he says that the mandate that all Maine PERS assets be held, invested, dispersed as in trust for the exclusive purpose of providing for retirees exclusively prevent the legislator from dictating how these funds may be invested. Would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, we feel that while that letter opens the door for the Maine PERS to take the position that they have, that our position is that they should not be taking that position, that they should be looking for opportunities to divest that will be meeting the requirements of Public Law 231, Chapter 231 and 21 law.
Additional questions? So I think you may have heard what I said to the nominee earlier. Obviously, in our previous confirmation hearings, we've heard from members of the board that they wanted to meet with your organization and others and wanted to have more questions of the Attorney General. Is it your understanding that any of that has happened over the last year?
So back in June, we had put in a request to meet with the Attorney General. And in fact, the Attorney General did meet with legal representatives from our group. There was interest expressed in revisiting the issue, but there was never any follow-up. We put requests out to the office and we're told that they would respond when they saw fit, but they never have. So we're still waiting.
Okay. Thank you. Are there additional questions? Representative Macias.
Thank you for coming. So, I've thought a lot about the fiduciary responsibility and also the trust that was, that was mentioned in the Attorney General's letter in 2021. So as a legislature, we can't tell them who to invest in or what to divest from, but we can, in what this LD 99 did with divestiture from fossil fuels was told them to look at it and do your fiduciary duty right there and either, look at the long term, not just the short term profits, but look at the long term. Is that your understanding of fiduciary responsibility?
It is,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, any additional questions? Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. I think you mentioned that January 1st was the deadline. Was that to be 100% divested, or and you also mentioned that's maybe not enough divestment at this point. Could you respond to that? Is
Sure.
there a acceptable?
Yes, yeah, we have taken the position that we understand that there are private equity investments that they would take a significant loss if they were to divest immediately, and that those will come off over time. And we have stated that is acceptable to us. You know, we were looking more at the public equity investments that they could easily divest of the fossil fuels.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Are there those who wish to testify against this nomination? Welcome.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to thank everyone on the committee for allowing me to testify today. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Scott Buddy. I live in Alna and have worked for 42 years in the financial services sector and have an extensive background in institutional investing. I also, with Don Witherell, serve on the steering committee of Divest Maine. I'm testifying today to oppose Richard Metivier's renomination to the Maine PERS Board of Trustees. As Mr. Witherell testified, Mr. Metivier's inability or unwillingness to question Maine PERS regarding their lack of compliance with Public Law 231, the divestment law, is a clear indication of his lack of qualifications to perform as an objective, independent, engaged trustee. I want to be very specific about some of these objections that pertain particularly to this committee. And that is regarding the problems with the divestment report, which was delivered by Dr. Weike, the CEO of Maine PERS, to this committee on December 31st, just in 2025. The first problem is just basic inaccuracies in the report, what a compliance lawyer might call statements not adequately supported by facts or simply lies. For example, on page 19, the report states that excluding fossil fuel assets from these holdings would necessarily reduce the portfolio's level of diversification and expose Maine PERS to a higher level of investment risk. This is not true. We have data to support it. It's one of the reasons why the report presents no data on the returns of fossil fuels. It's kind of interesting to have a divestment report on fossil fuels that has lots of data, but nothing on the returns. Next, the report is misleading and violates basic investment reporting guidelines established by the Chartered Financial Analyst Institute, which their board chair and CIO are members of, by presenting no information on fossil fuel performance, which has been quite poor. In 2025, it was the fourth worst performing sector of the S&P 500, and yet Dr. Weike and now Mr. Metivier have said, and Dr. Weike said this several times, you know, our exposure is gradually going down with changes in the economy. It's not going down because of changes in the economy. It's going down because performance of the holdings is below the performance of others. The performance has been terrible. This is like your college student coming home from break and announcing that their GPA is now 3.8, and you find out it's because they've dropped the courses they were flunking. So this is clearly misleading. It's nowhere explained in the report. And finally, the divestment report continues to assert the importance of low cost to investment returns, which is absolutely true. They are right about this. And they say the small costs matter. And as a long-term investor, small cost savings compound meaningfully over time. That's on page 9 of the report. Yet, as Ms. Hawes has pointed out, the rapid increase in compensation expenses, including adding a new $180,000 communications director, which I believe is in her data, these are large and offensive amounts. And as Dr. Wyke points out in the report, and Mr. Metivier has confirmed, they compound meaningfully over time. Those costs, the next CEO or CIO of MainPers is not going to accept less. Despite these issues being pointed out to the board and Mr. Metivier's critical role as vice chair of the board, he appears to have done nothing to question the basic work and conclusions of staff on this issue. I want to address the Attorney General's letter because it's come up, and let's be very clear that this is a failing of the process. I see it as a failing of the process overall. The Attorney General's job is to defend MainPers. MainPers has given them their evidence. He's done very little with any opposing evidence. He defends MainPers. That does not mean that he is right. He's not. So the result, and as stated last year during these nomination hearings, is the performance of trustees such as Mr. Metivier on Public Law 231 and issues related to it, like the divestment report submitted to this committee, is basically one of obstruction and ignorance. His failure to demonstrate any meaningful independent oversight have helped lead to the current violation of the law and should disqualify him from reappointment. I hope the other trustees that are up for appointment will work actively to change the work of the staff of MainPers. Thank you so much for considering the testimony. I've got footnotes in your handout for key statements I've made, if that's helpful, and I'm certainly happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Senator Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I read your letter previously.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And I think you just stated that something along the lines of basically fossil fuels have been a very poor investment for the last several years. Do you not think that the MainPers is aware of that and they would have divested? Is there something else that we don't see as to why they keep invested in a way that you don't approve of?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty clear in the report. They've said, we believe in low-cost indexing, where you basically buy the market and hold it is the best way to proceed. They're on very solid ground on that. I mean, they present some statistics on that. They're on very solid ground, but they're implying that they can't take a low-cost indexed approach by just excluding a few fossil fuel holdings. They could certainly do that. And in fact, over the time periods that we looked at, and we went back as far as we could, which was 12 years, they were better off in most time periods doing that.
Representative Archer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, since the law has become in effect, have we purchased or invested in any companies since this law, or we're just holding assets and we're just because I did see a chart last year of a divestment happening. But my question is, again, these charts can all show what they show. My real question is have we purchased anything in these sectors since the law went into effect?
Well, they've got these two buckets that they've talked about, the public market assets like owning stock and things like ExxonMobil, and then the private investments, which are owning things like a private fund that might invest in infrastructure or a coal plant or something like that. The public market ones are declining as a percent, the system's growing overall, but they're declining as a percent because those investments are not doing as well as other investments. The private market ones we know very little about, and MainPers discloses almost nothing about what's in them. We've pried a little bit into them. We've found some pretty nasty assets that have underperformed and been written off, but there's very little public data on it.
Thank you.
Additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there those who wish to testify against this nomination? Are there those who wish to testify neither for nor against, but provide information or speak to the nomination? All right. At this point, I will say that first of all public comments have been taken. We will close the hearing for Mr. Richard Metivier of Lewiston for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Our next nominee is a public school teacher who I believe is on study hall and has a very limited window to speak to us. So if there's no objection, the committee will table this motion and proceed to hearing from our next nominee. All right, seeing none, We'll move next to a public hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens of Portland for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens of Portland for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees.
And we'll go slightly out of order here. The chair would recognize first Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens, who I believe is available on Zoom for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome. We can see and hear you.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, my students are in library right now, so thank you so much for hearing me during this time. Dear Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and other esteemed members of the Labor Committee, my name is Nick Fuller Guggens. I'm a proud fourth grade teacher right here in CK Burns in Saco, where I'm broadcasting live from. And it's a great honor to appear before you today. And an even deeper honor to be nominated and considered as the active teacher trustee to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, Maine PERS. So I was appointed to the role over the summer by the Board of Trustees of the Maine Education Association. And since then, I've been diligently serving in my role through the fall and the winter. And I'd be honored to continue in this job for the full term. I take this opportunity with the utmost sense of responsibility. And should you confirm me as a trustee, I would vow to do my absolute best to maintain the strongest possible pension for my fellow hardworking public school educators. So I've taught my entire adult life, from my early 20s to now in my early 40s. But I don't want to talk about myself today. I want to talk about a fellow fourth grade teacher in my school who was just hired last year. She came straight out of college, right into teaching, an amazing teacher, inexhaustible energy, which she needs for teaching fourth grade, but also because she works multiple other jobs, like many teachers in my school. And the reason she works multiple jobs is because the starting salary for a teacher here in Saco, straight out of college, is $44,000 a year. So as a trustee, I think a lot about my colleague and the challenges of starting out as a teacher now, today, compared to even 2 decades ago when I started. I think about like rents rising, inflation growing, how owning a home seems almost impossible. And educators, we know we're never going to be wealthy. We know we're not going to be rich, but we do know we have this small degree of financial security upon retirement. And I see the public pension as just the beating heart of the teacher benefit package. My fellow educators work so hard over so many years serving our students and our children and our community, and they don't receive Social Security, but they pay into this pension. And they expect and need it, this guaranteed retirement income. And the pension in particular, I find really special because it's not a retirement risk at the whim of the market in the way that a 401k is. Like my aunt, for instance, retired, had planned to retire right before the Great Recession, and suddenly she could not do that. Unlike that, this small degree of financial security provided by the pension amidst a career that is chronically underpaying is so vital and something that I believe in with my entire heart and soul. And so as a trustee of the active teachers, I feel like I have this special responsibility of thinking about my new colleagues, which makes me think 20, 30, 40 years into the future to ensure our benefits are still being paid for teachers like the one who just started last year down the hall from me, when she's in her 60s, maybe and thinking about retirement. And as the active teacher trustee, I will guard our pension with everything I have. I will value long-term stability over short-term gains. I'll ask the hard questions of our investment team to make sure my fellow educators are being best served. I'll continue to learn everything I can on my end, staying updated on news and trends. And, I just want to share that I do have some experience in the financial sector, some internships and summer jobs in my early 20s. But much more importantly than that, I believe what I bring to this board is a fiercely held conviction, just that the public pension is so vital for our educators and for our public workforce. whether they're 21 years retired or 21 years old. So our educators, our classroom teachers, our social workers, our ed techs, they work so hard every day serving our children and our communities. And as a trustee, I would remain utterly dedicated to keeping these retirement benefits healthy and alive for today, tomorrow, and into the distant future. So thank you so much for your consideration. And I hope everyone is off to a wonderful new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for making time for us during the school day. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Archer.
Hi, yes, thank you, Mr. Guggens. I have to ask a comment, but I have a question. I have a comment, but I have to ask the question. So I say that you don't have that financial acumen. You said an internship. What is your perspective on adding diversity of perspective, diversity of experience, adding to a board similar like this?
Sure, yeah, great question. So I have already seen this in action. As a lot of us know, right, when we're with like-minded people, sometimes we don't ask basic questions. And so me coming in now, I'm not afraid to ask questions. I love to learn. And like I say, like my foundation is just asking anything I can, whether if I feel like it might be considered a dumb question in order to understand and protect this pension. And so I think what I bring is just kind of like sometimes I've noticed in board meetings, I'll ask a question that might be obvious to some, but it'll get the ball rolling, and then other trustees are asking other questions too. And so I think just that fresh perspective, a little bit of like an outsider perspective, can be really healthy for any organization, and certainly for this board as well.
Okay, thank you. My comment is go Mustangs. I have a daughter in that school.
Oh, all right, wonderful.
All right. Questions from committee members? I'll just ask, were you monitoring the previous hearing here?
Yes, Senator, I was.
So there were some questions raised about executive pay and also about the divestment law. I wonder if you had any comment on either of those.
Yeah, I was. So I, since my appointment, was privy to the conversations and vote on executive pay. And I have to say, like, I just shared what a starting teacher makes. And so that number is quite the sticker shock to me as someone who's not involved in the financial community. And I can imagine also sharing that with my colleagues. Right? This is a huge, huge number. So I want to be honest and upfront, like that was pretty shocking for me to hear. At the same time, right, I'm also holding in my experience on this board, the amazing job that is happening. Whether it's the implementation of the new system to make sure the benefits are paid much faster upon retirement, the growth of the fund. And so balancing out the performance along with kind of the sticker shock is definitely something, this was new for me. And I heard a question about comparisons to New England states. And that's something that I would be very curious about, and very curious about only because Maine's not the most well-off state in New England. And I think that was a really good point brought up. And so some of the comparisons for compensation were made to other states for reasons that were made clear to us about their pension system. But that is definitely something that I would want to look into.
Thank you. And do you have any comments on the divestment law?
As the previous nominee mentioned, the Attorney General office has been well in touch with us. And, just thinking about it from my own perspective as the active teacher trustee, just wholly focused on making sure that our pension will deliver these hard-earned retirement benefits to our educators this year, next year, 4 years from now. So I know I'm coming onto the board, this would be, I guess, for the whole fossil fuel divestment issue, kind of at the last minutes of the fourth quarter. So information has been, on the newer side to me as a board member. But I guess I'm just really focused on keeping my eyes on the prize, thinking about my hardworking colleagues, how much they put in to take care of the kids in these communities, and just doing whatever I can to make sure that those benefits are getting to them.
Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much for your time. We will move next back to the governor or her representative. Welcome.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marian Turowski. I'm a senior policy advisor to Governor Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Nick Fuller Guggens of Portland as a member of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Mr. Guggens has been nominated to serve as a trustee of the Maine Public Retirement System Board, as he is a member of the State Employee and Teacher Retirement Program of the retirement system through employment as a teacher, and has been duly elected by the Maine Teachers Association as required by statute. His predecessor, Nate Burnett, resigned from the Maine PERS board to enter a master's degree program at UMaine and left his teaching position to do so. The governor thanks him for his service as a Maine PERS Board of Trustees member. Mr. Guggens has been in the education field since 2007 in several states, working as a teacher, an educational therapist, and a therapeutic instructor, a tutor, and a reading and writing mentor. Since 2022, he's been a fourth grade teacher at C.K. Burns School in Saco. He has a bachelor's of arts and history and a master's of education, both from Boston College, Massachusetts. In addition, he has a master's of fine arts and creative writing from Rutgers University, New Jersey. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would ask that you support the appointment of Nick Fuller Guggens to the Maine Public Employees Board of Trustees. I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions of the governor's representative at this time. Seeing none, thank you. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. First, is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this nomination? Do we have anyone online? Okay. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against the nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? Okay. All public comments haven't been taken, such as they are. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Labor for Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens of Portland for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees is closed. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Given that the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. Seeing no objections, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens of Portland for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 132nd Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yay. Rep. Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Geiger,
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski?
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. Nine in favor and one in negative.
One more.
I'm sorry, Senator Rafferty.
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. 10 in favor and one in negative.
Thank you. 10 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. Nicholas Fuller Guggens of Portland for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Thank you very much for serving. All right. We'll move next to our next nominee for the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees and open a public hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. John Kimball of Norway. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for purpose of making a motion on the nominee.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. John Kimball of Norway for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees.
The chair would now recognize the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome back.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Marian Turowski. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor to Governor Janet T. Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of John Kimball of Norway as a member of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. Mr. Kimball serves as a representative of the Maine Retired Teachers Association per statute. This position is required to be filled by a nominee provided to the governor by the Maine Retired Teachers Association. Mr. Kimball graduated from the University of Maine at Orono with a bachelor's degree in business administration and began his teaching career in Mississippi. Mr. Kimball then spent 4 years as an instructor in air traffic control radar repair at Kessler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, before returning to Maine in 1974 to teach at MSAD 52 in Turner, where he remained until 2003. He also served as an adjunct professor at the Central Maine Community College until 2011. Alongside his career in education, Mr. Kimball served on several boards, including as trustee of the Levitt Institute and as the president of the Oxford County Education Association. He's a former trustee of the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, serving from 1998 through 2005 as the Maine Education Association representative, and was first appointed to the Maine PERS Board in 2021 to represent retired teachers. He was reappointed in 2023 and is now before you today for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. On behalf of Governor Mills, I'd ask that you support the reappointment of John Kimball of Norway to the Maine Public Employees Board of Trustees. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions of the governor's nominee by members of this committee? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair would now recognize Mr. John Kimball for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
You'll notice from my comments that I didn't know how long this hearing would last. So, good morning, the Honorable Michael Tipping, Senate Chair, Honorable Amy Rader, House Chair, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is John Kimball, and I have given you a double-sided sheet. Now, the one with my signature on it is the one that I will be speaking from. Theoretically, you have had my biographic information previously, but I can tell from the way that you are looking at those papers on your desk that some of them probably did not get as much attention as others. Now, serving on the Maine PERS board, every month we may have 600 or 700 pages of information that we process. We make choices sometimes about reading topic sentences and not necessarily dig into the minutiae of the information. I would draw your attention to the third paragraph, if confirmed. I was on the MSRS board in 1995 when the unfunded accrued liability was finally decided that we must pay it off. And my main reason, even at my advanced age, for wanting to stay on this board is to complete the deal. So my plans have been independent of Maine State Retirement, MEPERS, because I had the good fortune to time the stock market in 2008-9 and invested every penny I had at the exact low of the market. I had to pay capital gains on $500,000 that year, which represents more money than I earned in 33 years in education. That helped me make crucial decisions, what I do with my retired life. I volunteer. I do nothing for money other than the $55 a day I get when I attend a Maine PERS meeting, which, by the way, is the same amount that I received in 1989, my first year on the board. I don't need that stipend, but I don't give it back because the state recognized me as an employee, under that other category. I have to report that income on a 1099. And between federal and state income tax, it's a losing proposition because I don't need it and I don't care about the stipend. I would be here if they reduced the stipend. My qualifications are on the back side of that paper that I presented to you. I've had a long career. I spent 7 years as an undergraduate because Nixon had a plan to end the Vietnam War, and he lied. I'm a reluctant volunteer for the Air Force. I signed up for the longest school that they had open at the time because I believed Mr. Nixon. 15 weeks in Colorado? No, thank you. Not long enough. 42 weeks in Mississippi. Long enough. Sign me up. So I went to electronics school at Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi. I spent 4 years there. While a student, I proceeded through the classwork quicker than most because I spent 4 years in engineering physics before I decided I needed to get a degree and avoid the draft. I was asked to be an instructor. And my question was, How long is the tour of duty? I can add 1 year. Okay, I've been in 1 year. I've got to go to more school, and then a 2-year tour. In the U.S. Air Force, they don't send you anywhere when you're short. Less than a year left to serve, unless you really messed up. And I made sure I did not mess up. After Hurricane Camille in 1969, I taught in Pass Christian separate school district, the first year that they were integrated. Now, for this Yankee, that was eye-opening. As an instructor in the Air Force, I'm big on theory, but I never fixed one radar set. You know, in 4 years, well, 51 months, I never used a soldering iron to fix a radar set. However, my resume is replete with war stories. None of them my own. I extended for 3 months so that my term in the service would coincide with my wife's job teaching elementary school in Ocean Springs, Mississippi. So I come before you with some investment experience. There are 2 $15 million accounts that I am kind of responsible for. One at Levitt and one is private. The residual of the good luck I had in 2009 and a couple inheritances. I have been a student of many of the great investors of our time, including, of course, Warren Buffett. He said things that I understood. Don't invest in things that you don't understand. You should have either liquidity or control of your investments. Coming back on the board, I found that 2/3 of the portfolio was invested in illiquid assets. We don't have custody. We don't have control. The system is in place. I didn't make big waves. As Mr. Guggen said, keep your eye on the prize. And the prize is paying off that UAL and being a part of the conversation of how we progress after 2028 to provide a decent retirement for public employees, be they teachers, be they members of PLD, be they state workers. And that is how I have conducted these last few years to the best of my ability. I have caused a few waves from time to time, as you may hear, but I think that is the prize. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to reach that goal in 2028. And I promise not to appear before any of you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us so much of your own story and background. We appreciate that. Are there questions of committee members? Representative Rader.
I just wanted to highlight on the letter that you shared with us. I want to participate in the design and implementation of the post-2028 retirement plans. We've been students of the unfunded accrued liability and frustrated by it. At least I have my entire tenure on this committee. I just want to hear very briefly, what are your thoughts going forward? How do we go forward after that's paid off?
I was a member of the board and testified when John McKernan was governor, when they decided that 7.65 was a good number to charge public employees, to raise it from what had been lower. It started, my first years, it was 5%. As a teacher, we said, okay, the system is in trouble. We will put up with it. For the following ever and ever, I feel that the system has been underfunded for retirement purposes because of the unfunded accrued liability. When I read the national literature, I see that a defined benefit public employee pension system is going to cost the state up to 30%. State of Maine has never paid 30%. Okay. I mean, when you get up to 21%, we play games with the numbers so that it's stable. We want the state to participate at a constant level, as close as we can get it. And our actuaries and our professional staff have supported that. So I'm in the minority when I say they've never paid for what they had offered. So going forward, when that cliff drops off in 2028, a good portion of that should go to continue the funding of the retirement system. The details to be worked out between the legislature and the constituent groups and whatever. But to do 4.3% year after year after year for the continuation of the system has been insufficient. As many of you probably remember, and during a previous administration, the way they solved the funding problem was to cut benefits. I was already retired. I didn't have to plan on that because I have a cell tower in my backyard. So I didn't really notice when I didn't get a COLA for 3 years. I didn't really notice when the cap, the base salary cap, was $20,000 because I had other things. I had other means of supporting my wife and I. So that's my plan, to be part of it. I do not have a plan to present. Okay, I just want to be part of it. Yes, Senator.
I'll just say thank you for that answer and thank you for your service and your consideration of that. Seeing no additional questions, we thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I think Googans is going to be a keeper.
We will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Welcome.
Honorable Michael Tipping, Honorable Amy Rader, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. Good morning. I am Molly Smith, and I have the honor of serving as president of the Maine Education Association for Retired Educators. I have been a Maine PERS retiree for 9 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to offer testimony regarding the appointment and service of the Maine PERS trustee, John H. Kimball. Maine PERS plays a vital role in ensuring the financial security of thousands of public servants across our state, educators, municipal employees, firefighters, and other dedicated workers. The stewardship of this fund requires a trustee who combines financial acumen, integrity, and a strong commitment to public service. I believe that John H. Kimball exemplifies these values. Throughout his career, he has demonstrated sound judgment, transparency, and a deep respect for the fiduciary responsibilities that come with this position. His experience in education, public and community service, finance, and trustee of insurance and retirement systems provides a strong foundation for guiding Maine PERS through the challenges of investment management, benefit sustainability, and long-term planning. Moreover, he has shown a consistent commitment to ensuring that the voices of members and retirees are heard. Maine PERS members deserve representation that is both knowledgeable and empathetic. And John Kimball has proven to be just that. In conclusion, I strongly support John Kimball in his continued service to the Maine PERS Board of Trustees. His dedication, experience, and balanced approach will continue to strengthen the trust and stability that Maine PERS members depend on. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your time and your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there those who wish to speak in favor of this nomination? Seeing none, is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Seeing none, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning again, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and to all the members of the Labor Committee. My name is still Sue Hawes. My husband has been a disabled retiree since 2018, and I've been attending most of the Board of Trustees meetings since mid-2021. I have no prepared remarks regarding Trustee Kimball, but I want to acknowledge that on occasion, he will vote the opposite of the rest of the trustees or abstain, but without explanation or trying to bring others along. He asks questions of staff, but just accepts whatever they say. The board spends tons of time on investments and listening to their vendors during their meetings, asking plenty of questions regarding investment education. But they rarely ask program administration questions, problem solving with the staff on transparently on the issues they face in administrating, especially the disability program. Trustee Kimball mentioned the 600-page packets they get every month. That's because the board allows it, okay? They are spending all this time. If you look at those packets, 80% of it is the minutia, I think was the word that was used, of investment information. They're paying millions of dollars to the investment team and then spending their whole meetings listening to them talk and having vendors every month flying in from New York so that the trustees can fill up the meeting and fill up their board packet with distraction. Given his historical, I think you said 1989, knowledge of teachers and the functioning of the Maine PERS disability program, when it was better run, right, prior to the 2009 hiring of the CEO, I expect more from Trustee Kimball, and I'm neutral on his nomination. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? We have no one online. All right. With all public comments having been taken, the Joint Standing Committee on Labor will now, the chair will inquire whether any member of this committee objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. With no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. John Kimball of Norway for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Vote of yes will be in favor. Vote of no will be against. Is the committee ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping?
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader?
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Rep. Archer?
Aye.
Rep. Archer, aye. Senator Bradstreet?
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater?
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Geiger?
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski?
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. 10 in favor and 1 in the negative.
With 10 members in favor and 1 opposed, the nomination for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees is confirmed. Thank you very much for your service. All right, we have a couple more folks that have some time crunches before us. So we'll move next to a couple of nominees for the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority. We'll start with Jay Naliboff. So we will open a public hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination of the governor of Jay Naliboff, MD of Chesterville, for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion on this nominee.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Jay Naliboff, MD of Chesterville, for reappointment of the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
Thank you. And the chair would recognize the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marianne Turowski. I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Mills. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Dr. Jay Naliboff of Chesterville for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority, established in Title 26, Section 850O, is responsible for advising on the implementation and administration of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Program, PFML program. The Benefits Authority consists of 15 members, 11 of which are subject to nomination by the governor and review by the Joint Standing Committee of the Legislature, having jurisdiction over labor matters, and to confirmation by the Maine Senate. Below is the duties of the authority. I will not read those. They will be in every testimony on PFML. Dr. Jay Nalaboff of Chesterville has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. He is a retired doctor of obstetrics and gynecology who previously served as Chief Medical Officer and Vice President of Medical Affairs at Franklin Memorial Hospital in Farmington. During his 35-year career practicing medicine in Farmington, he delivered nearly 3,000 babies. Prior to joining Franklin Memorial, Dr. Nalaboff was a commissioned officer in the U.S. Public Health Service at the Claremore Comprehensive Indian Healthcare Facility in Oklahoma. He serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member with expertise in treating issues affecting maternity and postpartum care. If confirmed, Dr. Nalaboff will receive a 3-year term. Dr. Nalaboff's extensive experience has made him a valuable asset to the board, and on behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to support his reappointment. Thank you. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you. The chair would now recognize Dr. Jay Nalaboff for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for taking me out of turn, Senator Tipping. Appreciate it. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Jay Nalaboff. I'm a retired OBGYN who practiced at Franklin Memorial Hospital for 35 years. I only delivered 2,000 babies to correct the record here. I reside in Chesterville, and I have had the honor and privilege of being a member of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Authority for the last almost 2 years. And if you'll indulge me in some obstetrical metaphors, I wasn't present for the legislative conception of the PFML statute, but I did participate in the early embryonic rulemaking process and have helped in the gestational development of the program. We're now in the 3rd trimester, as that vital nutrient financial contributions by employers and employees prepares the program for birth, hopefully in May. I hope I have made some contribution to the authority representing the concerns of pregnant and postpartum people and their families. I've also received a number of questions from members of the public regarding paid family leave, infant bonding, and pregnancy, and hopefully have brought some clarity and reassurance to them. Like a baby, and thanks to the incredible midwifery work of Luke Monahan, Reggie Parsons, and the rest of the staff, the Paid Family and Medical Leave Program has grown from a gleam in the eye of its supporters to a full-fledged entity ready to be born. Having come this far, I would like the committee to know that I am ready and willing to participate in the program during its further growth and development as well. It's been a pleasure serving on the authority for the last couple of years, and I look forward to contributing to its success in the future. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, both for your service on the authority and public health service and the public service that you've done. Are there questions from committee members of the nominee? Chair recognizes Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for serving. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
Is it my understanding that the authority has responsibility to work independent of the Department of Labor?
The department or the authority advises the Department of Labor and the program administration. It has some specific duties, such as participating in the rulemaking process and evaluating the report that about when or if we should start in May. Okay. And that is our main authority, is to either give the green light to start paying benefits in May or to delay them.
Okay, whereas it is in its embryonic stages. I appreciate your metaphors.
My wife thought it was cheesy, but
okay. I'm just wondering, with them, where such a matter, where do you get your basis of for your actions in order to do, for instance, in rulemaking? I know I've heard some people that they think that some of the rulemaking has maybe conflicted with the original intent of the law. I don't have any specifics right now, although I think maybe you're aware of
Well, during the rulemaking process, there was extensive input from the public, both through the department and through sessions that we had, listening sessions, in which we dealt with both written and oral questions. Not sure that our answers were fully accepted by some people, and I know there's still a lot of controversy given the number of bills that were submitted in the last section to modify the program. But we did make an attempt to answer as many questions from the public as were submitted to us.
Okay, thank you for that. And do you think that you have the opportunity or the right to authority to go back and review some of those decisions done in rulemaking? Should there be enough evidence that maybe something was contrary to the public input, but contrary to the legislation?
Sure. The program is so new, and I know it was the will of this committee and of the legislature to let it bloom and see what happens. But sure, we're always ready to take new input from the public. We're always ready to look at the financial performance of the fund. The actuary report will be reviewed by us this month, and then we'll make the decision about should we start the benefits in May. But it's so early in the process that it's obviously going to take some tweaking, both in rulemaking and in legislation.
Any additional questions? Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I didn't realize there was a possibility that starting to actually implement the program was in question in terms of the date. I have heard from several companies that the state has chosen not to allow them to sort of join together and create their own program. It seems like the state has found itself unexpectedly having far fewer voluntary participants than they expected, with many more wanting to do their own plan. I wonder if you could comment on that and the concerns about that, what that means for the stability of this program.
Sure. There have been requests by some businesses. I think I have to defer to the department to give you definitive answers, but it is something that is out there and is under consideration.
Seeing no additional questions, I'll just say that committee finds that metaphor not cheesy, and if you could inform your wife.
Oh, well, I will tell my wife, but maybe I shouldn't because.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Understood. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? None here and none online. All public comments having been taken, the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee of Labor for Dr. J. Naliboff of Chesterville for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority is closed. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of J. Naliboff, MD of Chesterville, for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Vote of yes will be in favor. Vote of no will be against. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping?
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep Rader?
Yes.
Rep Rader, yes. Rep Archer?
Aye.
Rep Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet?
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep Drinkwater?
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Geiger,
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck,
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
With the unanimous vote of the committee, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Jay Nalaboff, MD of Chesterville, for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Thank you very much for being here. We will next move to the nomination of Mr. David Barber. And we'll open this public hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. David Barber of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. David Barber of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
Thank you. And the governor now again recognizes the governor's representative, Chair Des, for the purpose of making a statement.
Still morning. Good morning. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marian Turowski. I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Mills. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of David Barber of Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. I'll forego the reading of the statutes and continue on with the testimony. David Barber of Cape Elizabeth has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. He is a consultant for Portland-based Barber Foods, a producer of premium chicken breasts. The Portland-based company, now a subsidiary of Tyson Foods, employs 280 associates representing 36 different nationalities. Barber previously served as president and CEO of the company, which was founded by his father in 1956. In addition to his role at Barber, he serves on numerous boards and is an investor, advisor, and other family businesses. He serves on the authority in a seat reserved for an employer with 50 or more employees. If confirmed, Mr. Barber will receive a 3-year term. David Barber's extensive experience has made him a valuable asset to the authority. And on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support his reappointment. Thank you. Be glad to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none. Thank you. Right. Oh, I've gotten my papers mixed up now. Having heard from the representative of the governor, the chair now recognizes Mr. David Barber for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
There we go.
Welcome,
Can everybody hear
Mr.
me?
Barber, we can hear you but not see you.
Okay, it says my video is on. I will try to restart it.
It appears to be on, but it's black. Is there something in front of your camera lens?
No, there is not.
Slider. It may be just a recognizing a different input. Would you object to just proceeding with audio?
No, yes, I will proceed and we'll make this as brief as possible. Good day, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is David Barber, and I come before you to seek reappointment to the PMFLA. As mentioned, I'm the former president and CEO of Barber Foods in Portland, now owned by Tyson Foods. I've worked my entire life at Barber Foods, and I'm still employed by Tyson in a business development role. I believe my work with my family's business and now being part of a large corporate entity gives me a unique position to be on the authority. I view things through the lens of both a small business and a large corporate entity. My first term in the authority has been a generally positive experience, and I believe as a group, we have approached the challenges of getting this program up and running with many different points of view. As we enter the cash out part of the program, the needs of oversight, clarity, and measuring against other states, measuring against the state's assumptions, and along with other states' experiences become critical. We have yet to begin the monitoring this aspect of the program, which is something I look forward to being part of. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Barber, thank you. My question has to do with these private plans. We're hearing a lot about more and more companies wanting to form a union, let's use that word, for administration and or surety bonds. Do you have a problem with any of these private plans going forward with that?
I personally don't, but we don't know enough yet to be able to make a conclusion. We allow an insurance company to do it, and I would think that if you're self-insured, to get a group together seems to make sense to me. But again, I don't have enough facts to be able to make a significant and cognitive statement on that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Barber, for being here, even remotely. Kind of a follow-up to that last question. Is the board part of the process that evolved where some of these plans were initially approved and then the approval was revoked?
Well, I'd like to make a general comment that even though we're an authority, we don't control the program. I asked in our first meeting, I said, so do you have to listen to us? Do you have to take our guidance as true guidance, or do you do what you want? And the response is we are a guidance board. We do not carry actual weight. We can't make them do anything, just so we're clear. The authority can, not the authority, but the group can do what they wish, so to speak.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? And is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? With no one online and all public comments having been taken, this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor is now closed. The chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to exercise that for at least a 5-minute caucus.
Absolutely. Would you like to caucus now? We have one other vote that we've held off on. Perhaps we could caucus over lunch.
Sure.
Get through more. Okay. But we will not hold this vote. It is without objection tabled for the moment. And we'll move next, continuing with the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority to the nomination of Mr. Benjamin Grant. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee of Labor for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Benjamin Grant, Esquire of Portland, for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion on this nominee.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Benjamin Grant Esquire of Portland for reappointment, the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
And the chair recognizes and deeply appreciates the governor's representative for staying with us today and making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good afternoon. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marianne Turowski. I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Mills. I am pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Benjamin Grant Esquire of Portland for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Again, I will forego the statutory information and proceed to the testimony. Benjamin Grant of Portland has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. He currently serves as general counsel for the Maine Education Association. Prior to joining the MEA, Grant worked for 15 years at a private law firm in Maine, where he represented the Maine AFL-CIO, the Maine Building Trades Council, many other private and public sector unions, and hundreds of individual Maine employees. He serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member with expertise in issues affecting labor and independent contractors. If confirmed, Mr. Grant will receive a 3-year term. Ben Grant's extensive experience has made him a valuable asset to the authority, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support his reappointment.
Thank you very much. Are there questions by committee members? Seeing none, thank you. The chair would recognize Mr. Benjamin Grant for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Oh, did we lose him? I saw him earlier. Saw him earlier. Yeah, if we could take someone take a quick glance outside if he's right here, otherwise we may need to move on. Welcome. Mr. Grant, sorry to spring this on you as you walk in the room, but would you mind speaking to your nomination? You are. Welcome.
Well timed. Is it morning or afternoon? Good morning. Afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, members of the committee. My name is Ben Grant. I am by day, the general counsel for the Maine Education Association. I'm here to seek reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. It's been a pleasure to serve on this board since its inception, and I would very much like to continue in this capacity. It's obviously an exciting year potentially for this body as we're standing up the benefits program, hopefully start to begin to deliver benefits to the people of Maine. I'm also a member, just briefly, I'm also a member of the City Council in the City of Portland. And one of the roles I play there is on our nominating committee, where we oversee all the many boards that run the City of Portland. So I have a lot of experience seeing boards up close and personal. I see boards that work, see boards that don't work. I can assure this committee that the PFMLA Authority is a highly functional, professional, conscientious board. I think this program is in good hands. All the colleagues I work with ask great questions, fulfill their roles as defined in the statute, and it's a board I really enjoy serving with, and I think it does the people of Maine a good service. So I'll just conclude there, take any questions, and hope you'll support my renomination.
Thank you very much for serving to this point and for accepting renomination. Are there questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Senator Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you. A couple. I appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Your service. I'm not sure if you heard a question I asked previously.
I was
Do you think
listening
you-
in, but I was just driving over, so if it was in the last few minutes, I didn't hear it, but I
Okay,
heard some of the other
regarding,
ones.
do you think the authority is able to act independently of the Department of Labor?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we do a good job relying on staff for advice, but it's a body of people that are, like I said, highly professional and know their role. And I think we're perfectly capable of making independent judgments if that's, when that's required.
And I see that you are able, the authority is able to anyway, make recommendations should you see something maybe gone amiss with the program.
Yep.
And this is anecdotally, I've heard people tell me, employers tell me that some of their employees are already making plans for what they're going to do with the paid family medical leave.
Sure.
Aside from an emergency or childbirth or anything like that, for instance, hunting season.
Mhm.
I don't think that's the intent of the program. How is that going to be monitored?
Well, I think this program, like any program, has some anti-fraud provisions. There's ways to challenge a claimant if people aren't divulging truthful information. It's the same. I mean, in my prior life, I was a workers' comp attorney. We face the same questions in the workers' compensation system and I'll have for generations. And I think that system has dealt with those appropriately and fairly. So I think most people in Maine are good actors, and we want to make sure that the program is stood up to deliver benefits in a sane, just way that people can follow the process. And I think that's true for employers who feel like someone may be trying to take advantage of them, that there's a way for the system to adjudicate that kind of dispute.
Thank you.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Grant, thank you for being here. There is a movement for companies to become more involved in a private plan.
Yes.
The fear is, from what I am hearing, is that this would vastly affect the funds for the paid family medical leave in order to distribute the funds. Have you given that any thought? Is there a danger that the private plans would not be able to help? And what would you recommend?
I mean, I plan to follow the facts. I mean, the actuarial report, the first one is being heard next Tuesday. So I would tune in just like I will be as well to hear what they say. Sure, I think there's always a risk that a program isn't funded the way that it's designed. I honestly haven't really given much thought because my anticipation is that we will have sufficient funds to cover expected benefits, even with people diverting into the private plans. So I don't really have I don't have a alternate pathway, in mind. If it comes to that point, I would be happy to join my colleagues on the authority and come up with some recommendations.
If I may just quick. Also, do you believe that the board should have the authority to raise that 1% tax without going through the legislative process?
Now you're testing me on what the statute says. I don't remember offhand if we have that ability under the statute. I'd have to have that in front of me, so I'll punt on that one. If we're going to follow the statute, if it allows it, then it's something we consider. If it doesn't, then we'd come back to you all and say this is what we think needs to happen.
Additional questions? Senator Bradstreet, do you have a question?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you. You mentioned a moment so about the actuarial studies that are coming up.
Mhm.
And whether or not, I guess, some of that has to do with the solvency of the plan within the department.
Right.
Now, if the Representative Drinkwater questioned about the private plans, and some people had been approved for private plans and had them revoked.
Oh,
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if it's beyond the authorities' oversight or not, but should the deciding factor and whether or not those are approved be the solvency of the plan or the legal right of those people to formulate a group or a union, as it were, to get a better deal for their companies?
I'm not quite sure I'm following. That seemed like a multi-part question. I think if there have been individual plans denied approval, it's probably because they're not offering comparable, substantially similar benefits or something like that. If you're asking about the group trust issue, I mean, that's an issue that's subject of litigation. I mean, the courts are going to decide that whether or not it's allowed under the statute as it stands right now. I know that the DOL has said no. But that's a matter that's in the court system at the moment. I suspect if the employer community loses that suit, they'll come back with a proposal in the legislature to clarify that in the future. So I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, but hopefully one of those answers covers your question.
Well, essentially, I think we're all aware that something's going on here, and
Yeah.
a lot of employers are not real happy because they did have an initial approval stating that they did meet the requirements.
Yeah,
Now they
interesting.
don't, by virtue of the fact.
I mean, I know there's been a number of private plans approved, so I'm not, so I assume you're talking about the trust issue, and they're trying to create an analog to what's been allowed in the workers' comp system. And I think there's a dispute over the interpretation of the statute that the courts will sort out.
Additional questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thanks, appreciate it.
All right, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? With none in the room and none online, this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor is closed. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Good on that one, Representative Drinkwater. All right. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Benjamin Grant, Esquire of Portland, for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Vote of yes will be in favor. A vote of no will be against. Committee ready for the question. The clerk will take the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep Rader,
Yes.
Rep Rader, yes. Rep Archer,
Aye.
Rep Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep Drinkwater, yes. Rep Geiger,
Yes.
Rep Geiger, yes. Rep Beck,
Yes.
Rep Beck, yes. Rep Macias,
Yes.
Rep Macias, yes. Rep Collins,
Yes.
Rep Collins, yes. 10 in the affirmative.
Thank you. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. Benjamin Grant, Esquire of Portland, for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. There we are. Thank you for serving. We'll next move to the nomination of Mr. Samuel Height. And I will say thank you for everyone who has continued to stick with us this morning. I know we have a lot of nominations to consider. Appreciate you being here. I'll say it is the intention of the committee to continue, if there are no objections, until 1 p.m. Try and get as many people in as we can before breaking for lunch. All right. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee of Labor, considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Samuel Height of Skowhegan for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Samuel Height of Skowhegan for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
The chair would recognize the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement.
Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marian Turowski, and I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Mills. I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Samuel Height of Skowhegan for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Again, I will forego the statutory references and go to the testimony. Samuel Height of Skowhegan has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. He is an owner and operator of several partnership businesses, including Height Ford, Inc. Height Chevrolet Farmington, and Height Properties LLC. He has extensive board of directors experience advising numerous organizations, including Educare Central Maine, Skowhegan Savings Bank, Skowhegan Chamber of Commerce, and the Maine Chamber of Commerce. He serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member who is self-employed. If Mr. Height is confirmed, he will receive a 3-year term. Samuel Height's extensive experience has made him a valuable asset to the authority, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support his reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Samuel Height for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Thank you. Senator Michael Tipping, Representative Amy Rader, members of the Labor Committee. My name is Sam Height from Skowhegan, and I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. I have proudly served on the PFMLA now for nearly 2 years. At the first public hearing for my nomination, I provided a resume and a legislative questionnaire. There have been no substantive changes, and I continue to own and operate automobile and real estate companies in Central Maine, and am a board member of many local agencies, associations, and businesses. Also, from the first nominating proceeding, I received letters from support from Congressman Jared Golden, Senator Brad Farron, Maine Automobile Dealers Association President Tom Brown, Skowhegan Savings Bank CEO David Sear, former Reddington Fairview General Hospital CEO Dick Willett, Main Street Skowhegan Executive Director Christina Cannon, and KV Cap CEO Suzanne Walsh. I am fairly confident today that their support would still hold true. Humbly, yet worth mentioning, I have since received Maine Development Foundation's 2025 Champion of Rural Economic Development. So to save time and not read all of this that you have before you, I will touch on what qualifies for my position on a volunteer advisory-only committee. I care. I care about the families, the employees, and employers of Maine. And I have a skill set of board membership and simply owning businesses, being self-employed, and getting things done. So again, a few of the highlights. We did open our new school in Skowhegan. Part of that was a wing supporting childcare and education ages 6 weeks up to pre-K, providing education and childcare for 160 students per year, of which $0 went towards the local taxpayers. We were able to raise $5 million of the $3 million that we planned on raising. I continue to work on affordable housing. As you see in my original, you were the Labor and Housing Committee formerly. So I've seen some of you in the housing world, and we continue to work on that. I've got Madison Phase 2, another 18 units going in Madison, 16 units going in Yarmouth, among other projects around the state that we've used a collective effort, public-private partnership, spectrum of people, programs, and ideas, providing a product fulfilling the common good. When I was here last year, we were a 113-year-old business. Now we're a 115-year-old business. So I still haven't screwed that up yet in 4th generation. As we look on to the 5th generation, I hope we're in good hands. I'm blessed and fortunate to be part of the family that has cared for their employees, their customers, and their local community and the common good since 1911. So now, after nearly 2 years, I've been the vice chair of the Paid Family Medical Leave Authority. I have made each meeting but one and have been an active member with the board, the DOL, and business owners across the state. For the record, I have not billed my per diem or mileage or anything to the state of Maine, and I do hold myself to 2 cups of the free coffee when we're in session. Okay, thank you. I've spent hours speaking to lawmakers, business owners, insurance agents, and large agencies about the implications, goals, challenges, and helping establish a program that works for both employees and employers. I am confident that I can continue to be a supportive and effective member of the authority and look forward to working with great people of Maine that celebrate and covet the common good. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your service and your testimony here. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Height, good to see you again.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your service on the board. You mentioned earlier that you navigate between employee and employer. We're about to see what is going to happen with employees coming up very quickly here when this goes into effect. How do you see the impact it's going to have on the employers, and what can we do, or what can the board do to mitigate that as much as possible?
Sure. Thank you. And like I referenced to, and as we talked about in the past, we are a volunteer advisory only board with authority next to the title with very little authority. But we have been working very well with the Department of Labor, with Luke and Reggie, to bring forth some of our comments and concerns. And as a member of the business community, I hear from everyone. I hear from the people that are on the suit, you know, against the Department of Labor, in terms of allowing groups to be part of the program. And I've got a lot of friends that own businesses that is one employee to 5,000. So everyone is clearly concerned. As an authority member, I take what information are factual and what are given to us, and we look at it. We're going to be looking at the actuarial report next week. And I was very pleased that the actuarial report was only 20 pages. I've seen ones much, much longer. And it shows that, in fact, what they were planning on is the case. So it seems to me, economically, the money is there. But how is this going to impact employers, and how are we going to mitigate concerns? I know fraud was brought up previous to that. But I will say, working with the Department of Labor, they are cognizant of potential concerns when we talked about, you know, proof that they qualify for it. 2, there is Maine, come to find out, of the 14 states that have this program, are the only one where employers can appeal. So there is an extra step there in case they think that there's either fraud or circumstances that weren't checked in the law book in order to let this employee to take the time. I strangely enough, coming from a family that's been in business for so long, I'm fairly optimistic about the employees of the state of Maine following the terms. I come from a business that cares about their employees and trusts their employees. I'm hoping this system put in place is going to provide a place where employers and employees can work together in order for, at the end of the day, people being taken care of that should be taken care of, but businesses, you know, staying solvent and being able to continue their business without great risk of, you know, in the car business, you know, I could lose a sales guy for a day, a week, a few months, but, you know, with service as busy as it is, there's a concern that, you know, if I have a few technicians go out, it's really going to hurt not only the business, but the consumers that are already getting told, you know, you're 3 or 4 weeks out to get your vehicle serviced. But again, fairly Pollyanna. I trust my employees will be using it as they should, and I'm hopeful that the statute in place and the rules in place will allow both employees and employers to flourish.
Additionally, if I may, I've spoken with a lot of employers, and some of them are passing the cost on to the employees and some are not. Does the board have any information as to what percentages that looks like? Are more of them doing it, less of them
Right.
doing it? What's going on?
Well, of course,
here?
the businesses under 15, it's only 0.5%, and that, you know, that's on the employee. Of businesses that have chosen whether to cover it fully or cover it half, I think we see the numbers in the aggregate. We can ask for that data, but I didn't see that in the actuarial report of what businesses are what. I think they're just making sure that that 1% is going to be able to cover benefits in the future.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Senator Bradstreet, is that a question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hyde. Good to see you. And thank you for your work on affordable housing, especially. I know we've met a couple of times on that.
Yes.
And in light of that, yeah, do you think your experience in dealing with Maine Housing was kind of a quasi-governmental agency has give you some insight in how to deal with government programs such as this one here?
Yeah, it certainly has. In fact, I was supposed to meet with Dan Brennan today, but I learned that this was actually at 10 o'clock. I thought it was 11. Come to find out, I probably could have showed up at 11. But no, it's given me great insight because I work with not only the developers, but the people that need the housing, but also the ones that spend a lot of time here in Augusta trying to get the laws. I'm not going to say in benefit of an employer, employee, or developers, but just make it this is what we want to see. We want affordable housing for people. How do we make that easier? So let's work that way. Okay, there are certain parts of our employee segment that aren't taken care of and don't have the benefits they need. So how do we take care of them? So how do we all work in the room together and figure out what's best for both employee, employer, housing, developer, and whatnot? I'm just here trying to get along with everyone, which is a hard spot for a lot of people these days.
Seeing no additional questions, I want to thank you for your donation of mileage to the general fund. I appreciate your testimony. All right,
Thank
we'll
you.
next take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, this hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor is closed. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Seeing none, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Samuel Hite of Skowhegan for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. A vote of yes is in favor. A vote of no will be against the nomination. Is the committee ready for the question? The clerk will take the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep Rader,
Yes.
Rep Rader, yes. Rep Archer,
Aye.
Rep Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep Drinkwater, yes. Rep Geiger,
Yes.
Rep Geiger, yes. Rep Beck,
Yes.
Rep Beck, yes. Rep Macias,
Yes.
Rep Macias, yes. Rep Collins,
Yes.
Rep Collins, yes. Rep Sobolewski,
Yes.
Rep Sobolewski, yes. 11 in the affirmative.
Thank you. With 11 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. Samuel Hite of Skowhegan for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Thank you for continuing to serve. We will do one more nomination here next to Mr. Christopher Washburn of Wyndham. And we'll open a public hearing to consider the nomination by the governor of Mr. Christopher Washburn of Wyndham for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Christopher Washburn of Wyndham for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
The chair recognizes the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement.
Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marianne Turowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Mills. I am pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Christopher Washburn of Wyndham for reappointment to Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Continuing with the testimony. Christopher K. Washburn of Wyndham has served on the authority since its establishment since 2024. He has been the manager of benefits and leave administration at Retail Business Services, Delhaize America since 2010. He previously supervised employee benefits at Hannaford Brothers Delhaize America. He has extensive background in benefits and leave of absence administration and short-term disability programs. He serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member with expertise in issues related to paid family leave benefits and paid medical leave benefits. If confirmed, Mr. Washburn will receive a 3-year term. Christopher Washburn's extensive experience has made him a valuable asset to the authority. On behalf of the governor, I urge you to support his reappointment, and I believe he's on Zoom.
Okay, any questions of committee members? Seeing none, we would welcome Mr. Washburn on as a panelist.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. We can see and hear you.
Great, thank you. And apologies for not being there in person. I'm a little under the weather today, and my cough medicine's about to run out. I thought I'd be speaking a little sooner, so apologies if I have to mute here in the middle of my testimony. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. I'm Chris Washburn of Wyndham, Maine. I'd like to first thank Governor Mills for nominating me for reappointment to the Maine Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. I'm pleased to discuss with you today my qualifications to continue to serve on the authority. I am a lifelong Mainer who's worked in varying roles of responsibility for a Maine company and in more recent years a global company for over 35 years. I spent the first 15 years of my career working in various roles within the retail grocery stores at Hannaford, and for the last 22 years of my career, I've focused on learning, understanding, administering benefits, leave of absence programs for the great associates at Ahold Delhaize USA and its great local brands. The organization I work for is a sample of the cross-section of employees across the state of Maine that will have the opportunity to take advantage of the benefits provided under the Maine Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Program. Over the last several years, as paid family leave programs have started to gain more and more traction in various states, I've been on the front lines working with brokers, insurance companies, consultants, and other employers to understand, implement, and administer leave programs for the associates in my company. I've led the implementation of administration for our associates in Massachusetts, Connecticut, and New York in recent years. Through those experiences, I've learned a lot about the complexity of administering these types of programs. I've learned what works, what doesn't work. Most importantly, I've learned how to solve problems for both the employees and employers working to ensure their benefits are applied correctly. As a member of the Maine Paid Family Leave Authority since its inception, I've had the pleasure of using and sharing my experience along with the other members of the authority to successfully provide guidance to the DOL as the program has been built. I'd like to remind the committee from my original testimony that administration of programs like this is complex. Many employers have policies that offer benefits that already meet the requirements of Maine Paid Family Leave Program. Other employers may have no policies or any experience to I believe the authority has been very well represented to consider all the needs of all the employees and employers in Maine as the program will go live soon. In closing, I bring the experience needed to provide guidance to a successful program for employees and employers in the state of Maine. I appreciate the opportunity to continue to bring my experiences to the authority and influence a positive program for all employees in the state. I appreciate your consideration and would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. We appreciate you struggling through a sore throat there. Are there questions of committee members? Chair recognizes Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Hello, sir. Thank you for being here. Back when we were first going over this bill, the U.S. Department of Labor Women's Bureau estimated there were going to be 26,000 people in the state of Maine that were going to take advantage of this program. Minnesota went live on January 1st of this year, and within 5 days, 18,000 people left their workforce. Has the board talked about how they're going to compensate for how employers can compensate for the massive loss of employees that we're going to see come the 1st of March?
I can't say that we've discussed that. We haven't met yet this year as it relates to the example you used from Minnesota. Our first meeting's next week, as you've heard from other testimony. But I think it's something that we'll certainly have to, at least have conversation on and consider as we evaluate post go live.
Has there been any conversation about how the board will handle, or the program should handle, a massive, reduction in our workforce? It'll cripple a lot of businesses if that happens. Has there been any discussion on that?
There's been discussion throughout the months of meetings in preparation for what are the possibilities. But until I could tell you from experience, and it's a small sample, but from my experience in administering a program for a company, the vast majority of the associates in our company who take advantage of both paid and unpaid leave benefits are doing it for the right reasons. And I believe that the administrator and the statute will have the appropriate guidelines and rules to hopefully mitigate what you refer to as a mass exodus or mass reduction of employees in the workforce. I don't know that I believe it will be a mass exodus, but again, time will tell.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional questions, I'll just ask, any relation to Governor Israel Washburn?
It's a great question, and I believe there is a distant relation, but I'm not 100% sure, Senator.
Okay, just had to ask. Personal hero of mine, and I named my dog after him, so appreciate the Washburn family. Thank you very much for your testimony. We will now take testimony from those present at this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against the nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the nomination? All right, all public comments have been taken. The committee will now proceed as follows. We will close this hearing, and the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee recommend to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Christopher Washburn of Windham for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Vote of yes is in favor, a vote of no is against. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping?
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader?
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Senator Bradstreet?
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater?
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Geiger?
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski?
Yes.
Rep. Sobolewski, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you. It is the unanimous vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. Christopher Washburn of Wyndham for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Thank you very much for your continued service. At this point, it is 12:40. We are going to take a half-hour tight break for lunch. We'll return at 1:10. I would ask members to meet and discuss, if any discussion is needed, the nominations that we have held the motions on. And I'll see you back here in a few. Any committee business or questions? Representative Geiger.
Just to let you know, I have a bill before the Judiciary Committee at 1, and I'll be back as soon as I can for that.
We appreciate it and recognize that I think several members have
Yes,
business
likewise.
before other committees. And I want to thank everyone for sticking with us today. And I look forward eventually to getting to the appointments to the Maine Labor Relations Board. So thank you.
Are you Joe?
Yeah.
Good to meet you. So sorry. To catch.
No problem.
Yes.
Right, yeah. Remember Italy.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. How are you? Good.
You've been
solid. Yes, thank you.
All right, we will return to our meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. Our next nominee is Ms. Maria Fox Esquire of Portland. We're considering her nomination by the governor for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Assuming I'm counting correctly for quorum here. Okay. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion on this nominee.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Ms. Maria Fox Esquire of Portland for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
Thank you. The chair would recognize the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement. Oh, sorry, did that get shut off there?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marianne Turowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Mills. I am pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Maria Fox Esquire of Portland for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Going with the testimony on the back, Maria Fox Esquire of Portland has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. She is a partner at the Portland law firm of Murray, Plum, and Murray and has practiced employment law for more than 2 decades. Additionally, she has worked in mediation, arbitration, and independent employment law investigations. She serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member with expertise in employment law representing employee interests. If confirmed, Ms. Fox will receive a 3-year term. Her extensive experience has made Maria Fox a valuable asset to the authority, and on behalf of Governor Mills, I urge you to support her reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from committee members, thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Maria Fox Esquire for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Online. Welcome. We can see and hear you.
Great. Good afternoon. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Thank you for this nomination and to Marianne Turowski for the introduction. My name is Maria Fox. I am a shareholder with the law firm of Murray, Plum, and Murray in Portland, and I serve on my firm's management committee. I also live in Portland. I'm very pleased to be here today to discuss my qualifications to continue serving on Maine's Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority as a member with expertise in employment law representing employee interests. I've served as a member of the authority since its inception, as Ms. Turowski mentioned. On March 12th of 2024, our first meeting, the authority unanimously voted for me to chair the authority. And then on May 14th, 2025, I was unanimously voted in again as chair. I've worked as an employment law lawyer for almost 30 years. And over the course of my career, I've talked to, counseled, and represented hundreds of employees in a myriad of workplace issues. I've also represented many small and mid-sized employers regarding a broad range of employment law questions and disputes, including laws requiring leaves from the workplace. In addition to working as an advocate and a counselor for more than 15 years, I have served as a neutral mediator, arbitrator, and independent fact finder of labor and employment matters. My legal background and employment law focus, my years of listening to employees and employers and helping to sort out their employment disputes, and my experience as a business owner and serving on my firm's management committee all give me valuable insight and perspective about paid family and medical leave and its impact on employees and employers. It has been an honor to serve as a member and as chair of the authority. I would be thrilled to be reappointed and to continue to be a voice for employees with my employment law background, as Maine will soon be launching the provision of benefits portion through this important program. Thank you for considering me for reappointment. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there questions from committee members? Senator Bradstreet.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for serving. Appreciate your service and especially that of chair. In light of that, I've been looking at the duties of, the law stipulates the duties of the authority. And it seems like it's maybe a little bit more than an advisory. It can also suggest legislation if you think some is necessary. Do you think the authority would be assertive should they come up against the wishes of the department? If they're in disagreement, and be assertive enough to push for some changes that they deem to be necessary?
I would hope so. Thank you for that question. And I mean, I do believe this is a thoughtful group. It's a large group. And I think, part of gaining our footing, frankly, is figuring out how can we work to be not so much. I think we're an independent group. I don't think there's a doubt about that. How can we be nimble enough and united enough on issues to make joint recommendations to this body and to the Department of Labor? However, during the rulemaking process, we certainly voiced our views to the department. Now, it wasn't our role as authority to decide what those rules would say, but we certainly brought to bear some united front on some areas of those rules that the department took into consideration. So this is a new authority, but my hope is that the answer to your question is yes. We certainly would not wither in the face of, not wanting to create conflict if we felt strongly about something that was not necessarily totally aligned with the Department of Labor. We're still trying to figure out how we can, whether and how to utilize, this body to bring matters forth on the various timelines that they have in the legislature. So, for example, at our next meeting next week, we will be discussing whether and how to provide input on a bill that is pending to provide that was introduced by or submitted by the Department of Labor to clarify the law relating to the group trust issue. So we're taking that up in our next meeting. And it'll be interesting to see what the will of the group will be on that. But we didn't have any part in creating that legislation. We learned about it alongside members of the public, and we're going to be discussing it.
Yes, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And it seems to me, looking at it, you're kind of the watchdog of the whole program. And as it unfolds, there might be some questions that arise that we don't even foresee now. So I think we'd be looking forward to this particular authority using their due diligence and doing whatever they need to do to make it successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm just looking under the duties of the board, and the financial solvency of the fund is utmost importance. Do you know what the balance of the fund is currently?
That's a great question.
Well, that will lead me right into my second question. Has there been discussion about investing? Because we've been hearing a lot this morning about Maine PERS and investing their money. Has there been discussion on investing?
There has not to date, but that is a good question.
And the balance, you don't know?
The balance I could get to you, and we will be getting a fiduciary, an actuarial report next week. And I
look forward to reading it. Thank you.
Okay, it is online if you wish to see.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor? Anyone present who wishes to speak against? And anyone who wishes to speak on this nomination? The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee is now closed. At this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommended the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature the nomination of Ms. Maria Fox Esquire of Portland for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. A vote of yes will be in favor, a vote of no will be against. Is the committee ready? Seeing that it is, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski,
Yes.
Rep. Sobolewski, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you. With a unanimous vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor, the nomination of Ms. Maria Fox Esquire of Portland for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority has been confirmed. Thank you for serving. All right. If I'm counting right, we will go next to our last nominee for the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority. We will open a hearing for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Ms. Jenny Tilton Flood of Clinton for reappointment to the Maine Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion on the nomination.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Ms. Jenny Tilton Flood of Clinton for reappointment of the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
The chair would now recognize Ms. Tarowski for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Mary Ann Tarowski. I'm a senior policy advisor for Governor Mills, and I'm pleased to be here on behalf of the governor in support of the nomination of Jenny Tilton Flood of Clinton for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Skipping over the statutory references to the testimony. Jenny Tilton Flood of Clinton has served on the authority since its establishment in 2024. She is a dairy farmer with more than 3 decades of experience in agriculture. She currently serves as manager of Flood Brothers Farm, a third-generation family dairy farm in Clinton with over 3,000 cows that employs more than 40 people. She serves on the authority in a seat reserved for a member with expertise in agriculture, a seasonal workforce, or a heritage industry. If confirmed, Ms. Tilton Flood will receive a 3-year term. Jenny Tilton Flood's extensive experience has made her a valuable asset to the authority, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support her reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from committee members, appreciate your time. The chair would now recognize Ms. Jenny Tilton Flood for the purpose of making a statement concerning your nomination. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chair Tipping, Chair Rader, and esteemed members of the Labor Committee. Congratulations on your shortened name of committee. My name is Jenny Tilton Flood, and I stand before you today for reappointment to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. I want to first express my gratitude to the governor for her continued confidence in my ability to continue to represent a seat on the authority dedicated to an expert in agriculture, seasonal employment, or heritage industry. I am a dairy farmer who, along with my husband, brother, and sister-in-law, own and operate Flood Brothers LLC in Clinton, Maine, known far and wide as Maine's dairy capital. We are a multi-generational dairy farm with over 2 centuries of history on the banks of the Kennebec. Our family farm produces 18,000 gallons of fresh Maine milk each day for our neighbors' tables, and we work alongside 45 team members. Our family business would definitely qualify as both an agriculture and heritage industry here in Maine. I've spent more of my life as an employee than I have as an employer, most of it in the agricultural sector. When I was first appointed to the PFMLA, we had only recently purchased our family farm from the older generation. All of this combined experience has served me well the past 2 years as I sought to execute and operate my role and responsibilities. I believe it is my charge to represent not only employers, but employees who are part of the agriculture, seasonal, and heritage industries of Maine, which are oftentimes the very engines of our state's economies and communities. The authority has been well served by the diversity of perspectives, expertise, and experience of those appointed. It has been an honor to be seated among the other appointees, and it is clear that everyone is engaged and committed to a high-functioning, robust, equitable, and thriving economy and society here in Maine. My experience as a make-it-from-paycheck to paycheck employee and that of a dairy farmer trying to make it from milk check to milk check in order to make payroll week to week has certainly come in handy with regards to evaluating, articulating, and interpreting the duties and responsibility of Maine's PFML. After this initial tenure, I feel strongly that my experience and ongoing work as a dairy farmer and rural advocate who is focused on creating and encouraging communication, sidestepping partisan and political potholes, engaging in honest and sincere dialogue, and listening and ensuring what is heard is shared has been an important and productive contribution that I have brought to this appointment. You've seen my CV and resume, and it could be said that I am not your traditional appointee with regards to education, position, and professional accomplishments. But I truly think that is okay because Maine is doing something here that, while rooted in tradition, is forward-thinking and a little out there, and that is sort of like me. I'm a dairy farmer, and I am as rooted as anyone can be, but I have to be forward-thinking and a little out there. We are moving into a very critical stage of the PFML, and I hope to be part of the work to ensure that the people of Maine are served well and responsibly by this program. Once again, I appreciate your time and efforts both today and as citizen legislators, and I welcome any questions you may have regarding my ability and qualifications to serve as an appointee to the Maine Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority.
Thank you for your testimony. We always appreciate your testimony in this committee. Chair recognizes Representative Rader.
Not a question, but just an acknowledgement of the fact that you've been here before and welcome back.
Oh, thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Are there those who have questions of the nominee? Chair recognizes Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you. Good to see you here. It's a question I probably should have asked previously to some other nominees. I'm not sure if you ever have any disagreements within the authority, and if you do, have there been any, even minor? And not what are they, but how are they addressed, I guess?
So always a pleasure to see you, sir. And I think that while I said I wasn't very political, I used the word robust in my testimony. That is code switching for, yeah, we disagree on a lot of things. We represent very different people, very different business structures, and it's an incredibly diverse system of small businesses, large businesses, employees, many large employers, and needs throughout our state, which is one of the reasons we're so special. So yes, we do have disagreements, but we are able to, especially under the leadership of our chair and vice chair, who we have re-elected, to be able to really distill it down to the question of what does the statute state? That's our guidepost. What is best for how to articulate this program moving forward? And one of the things that has been critical is that we can look to DOL and ask them for information, and they'll get us the information. We don't ask for their opinions. We ask for the facts, the reality, the data. How is this working? How is it not working? And then we are able to really usually come to a consensus about something, whether that be what we are supposed to do, what we are not allowed to do, or what should we be doing. And Chair Fox mentioned that is on our agenda coming up. That we will be discussing. Should we be having a role here? Do we have an opinion we want to express? And during rulemaking, we had a lot of those discussions. Again, This is not a one size fits all. It is not a one opinion of all people. It is many opinions, many perspectives, and all for one purpose, though, the benefit of the people of Maine.
Chair recognizes Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jenny, first of all, for providing the milk for all of us.
Thank you. Did you see my shirt? Okay, it's from my niece.
If you wouldn't mind reading your shirt into the record here.
The shirt states, for the record, keep calm and drink milk.
Thank you.
All right, getting back to the question. We have a bill that's in the works to come forward to say, put some guardrails on the fund. Has there been any discussion with you folks about guardrails, how to guard the fund once it's big enough to guard?
Are you asking specifically about financial and fiscal responsibilities with regards to the fund, the direction and the oversight of it?
Excellent. Yes, go with that.
Okay, so with regards to a specific bill, as mentioned by earlier appointees, we have not met since December. And we do have questions coming up on our agenda that was noticed publicly regarding one specific bill. But when it comes to fiscal responsibility, it's something we always ask. And that comes into play not just so much in the money, but in the whole process of registering for the program and reporting, making sure that people are safely protected as employers with regards to the movement of money. That's critically important. And that became very, very clear to us in our last meeting where we after asking for a comparison of other programs throughout the country. There's a little over a dozen, I think, other programs, both that are already started and are in the process or the gestational process, as Dr. Nalaboff mentioned. But one of the things that we asked about specifically was fraud, because fraud's very important. That's one of the reasons, one of the biggest complaints I had from employers was the need for a different email every time you registered a different one of your businesses. For small business owners who are entrepreneurs, that was a huge issue. But that all came back down to one of the important things is protecting our employers, protecting our employees, and protecting this money. So when the question of fraud came up, there is fraud evident in other programs, and it is mostly identity theft. In other words, the people who are in need of this program are being victimized by criminals who steal their identity. So one of the things we asked is, what are the guidelines? How do we protect that? And the contractor that is being utilized actually is very much keen and aware of this. And they've set up guardrails for preventing that type of fraud, that victimization of people who have paid in and need this resource. So it is topical, it is on our minds, and we do ask about it. But I don't know that we've asked about it specifically the way you are asking me. Thank you.
Additional questions? Chair recognizes Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Hello. I'm not sure if you were in the room and heard me speaking with the gentleman before and telling them that in Minnesota on January 1st, when their plan went into effect, 18,000 people left the workforce within 5 days. Now, that's going to happen in Maine as well. It was projected by the U.S. Department of Labor that we'll lose 26,000 people go out on this program in the first year. So what would you say, or what do you say, or how would the board deal with it, with employers that it's going to hurt? It's going to hurt them as far as productivity goes, as far as quality goes. They're not going to be able to, they don't just have employees sitting stacked in the back. You know, you lose 5, you bring in 5. You're an employer with 45 employees. What if, a third of them walked out? How would it affect you? But what would you say to an employer that the program is actually going to hurt?
So I really appreciate you bringing that up, because this has been a discussion. Minnesota also makes milk. I'm not sure it's as good as the Maine milk that we produce, but thank you. I love this bipartisanship. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
So it is something of concern because they are starting their program before us. And I'm very much aware of the fact that those 18,000 applications for utilization of the program did roll in, but those are applications for approval. So Minnesota did not lose 18,000 employees or workforce members. So that's, I think, a really, really important distinction to make. And that application process is important. As a
technically, because we have a team of 45, we're not considered a small business by a lot of standards in Maine. But the fact is, we're a small family farm. We're a family who's trying to get things done while others are at the farm milking cows, and some of us are sitting here waiting for 10 past 1. So one of the things that we worry about is what happens when emergencies happen. How do we deal with it? We're going to have to deal with it anyways. If someone gets in an accident or someone has the blessing of a new family member, we're going to have to deal with it. And you hit the nail on the head. What do we do? How do we replace? We don't have it's not like we've piled plan for the wood pile, right? How do we replace them? Well, we're not sure we're going to replace them, but I know in most business owners in Maine will tell you that the worst thing that can happen is having to train somebody else in a bad time. What we can do is hope to retain that employee. So when they do have those accidents or they do have to have scheduled surgery and they go through the entire application process within the state of Maine that is lined up, and they get all the medical approval in order to take that time away, we know they're going to be taken care of because of this program that they have paid into. If you're a small business under 15 employees, your employees have taken up the brunt of that payment unless you have helped to take over it. An employer like me, we're paying half and they're paying half. So we know that they're going to be taken care of on top of whatever programming and benefits we provide. We're going to retain them. They're not going to have to go find another job because they don't have any
But
way to
ma'am, the
get
question
through.
was about the employer.
Yeah.
What do you do with the employer, not the employee?
As an
actually,
employer, let me answer
yeah,
them.
as an employer,
As an
what do you do about the
employer, what I
hurt of an
do is
employer?
if my employee suffers an accident and there's no way to deal with it, I have to deal with it. Without this program, accidents happen. Without this program, family members arrive. Without this program, safe leave is required. Without this program, deployment happens. And those things are all going to happen, and we already have to deal with it. What this does is make sure that our workforce is secured and we are able to count on that workforce in a better manner. And, I think it was, Mr. Height mentioned the fact that we are the only state that offers a hardship, undue hardship benefit or appeal process for the employer. So if it is rotator cuff surgery for an employee, my friend has a florist business, and they want to schedule it for February 13th, which, by the way, is a make it or break it day for florists in the state of Maine and everywhere. She can claim that it's an undue hardship and see if that date can be moved. So for the employers, there is a lot of avenue and runway for them to make sure that it works for them. I wish we could say we aren't going to have accidents and someone isn't going to be struck by a vehicle on the interstate while they're doing their job.
That's
And
not the point, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I
It wasn't
know,
about
it is the
So
point.
I think
All
we're
right.
gonna cut
So-
this short. I'll
Yeah.
remind all members. to
Yeah, I'm
keep
not
their-
getting an answer. Thank
to-
you.
I'll remind all members to keep their questions to the qualifications of the nominee. The members will defer. To keep their questions to the qualifications and the actions of the nominee, not any broader criticism.
I
or
apologize for partaking in the
Support
answer.
for the program. No, I think we've allowed some leeway today, and I think that's good, but we'll try and keep it as contained as we can here. Any other questions from committee members? Senator Bradstreet.
Just a quick one. As this program on polls and benefits are starting to be paid out, I assume all the people on this, on the authority are going to be keeping an eye on the way the figures are going.
Yes.
And no one will be afraid to speak up if they think something is going off the tracks.
So I'm not the quietest person in the room, but I am by no means the loudest in the room. So I think that gives you a good gauge, right? And every single person who is appointed either owns a business or is part of a business. We are watching our own bottom lines, how it is affected. So yes, I really appreciate the thoughtful questions for each nominee with regards to them partaking. Everyone participates. Everyone has their own opinions and they provide it with a thoughtful question. Some of the folks in that room, I mean, honestly, I am overwhelmed by the thoughtfulness and the rigor of advocacy on behalf of businesses and the economy of Maine and the community of Maine by the people on the authority. And I'm also very thankful for the support of the staff in the room too. I couldn't keep my mouth shut and be polite like they are.
that can go on the record, I know.
Seeing no additional questions, thank you very much. I would ask now if there is anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this nomination. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this nomination? None in the room and none online. This hearing is now closed. This time, the chair would inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing none, the pending question before us is the recommendation to the Senate of the 132nd Maine Legislature that the nomination of Ms. Jenny Tilton Flood of Clinton for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Vote of yes is in favor, vote of no is against. Is the committee ready for the vote? Seeing that it is, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski,
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative.
With 8 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, the reappointment of Ms. Jenny Tilton Flood to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority is confirmed. Thank you very much for your service. We'll move next to an appointment of Ms. Joan Moran of Whitefield to the Maine Labor Relations Board and open a public hearing. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Ms. Joan M. Moran of Whitefield for appointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board.
And the chair would recognize the governor's representative to speak on the nominee.
Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Labor Committee. My name is Marianne Tarowski. I'm a senior policy advisor to Governor Mills. I'm pleased to be here today on behalf of Governor Mills to speak in support of Joan M. Moran of Whitefield for nomination to the Maine Labor Relations Board employee representative. The Maine Labor Relations Board administers and enforces the state's laws that govern collective bargaining for public sector employees and employers. The board consists of 3 members and 6 alternates appointed by the governor, equally representing employees, employers, and neutral members to represent the public. The board chair is chosen from the public members. Joan M. Moran is a retired Maine Education Association UNISERV director with 25 years of experience advocating for teachers and other public sector workers. Her vast experience in union representation, collective bargaining, mediation, arbitration, fact-finding, and conflict resolution brings a great wealth of knowledge to the Maine Labor Relations Board. In her retirement, she continued her labor advocacy through her work on the Maine State Board of Mediators and the State Board of Arbitration and Conciliation. She has also put her expertise to use as a facilitator for Maine public school regionalization and in her local community, and most recently as a mediator in a manufactured housing park dispute. She started her career as an educator in the Augusta School Department and taught in Augusta schools for 18 years. She has worked as a trainer and educator for several organizations, including the Maine Education Association, the National Education Association, Maine School Management, Maine Principals Association, and educators nationwide. It confirmed she will serve a 4-year term. Ms. Moran holds an education and behavioral studies degree from the University of Maine Farmington and received additional training through the National Education Association and the Harvard Law School's Labor Negotiation Project. Ms. Moran is replacing Roberta DiRuggio, who decided not to seek reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. The governor thanks her for her service to the MLRB. Ms. Moran's vast and diverse experience makes her the ideal candidate for the employee representative on the Maine Labor Relations Board, and the governor thanks her for her willingness to serve. On behalf of the governor, I urge you to support Joan M. Moran for appointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. Thank you for your consideration. Be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Appreciate it. The chair would now recognize Ms. Joan Moran for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Senator Tipping, sorry, got a little choked up there. Representative Prater and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. I am Joan Moran from Whitefield, Maine. First, I would like to thank Governor Mills for nominating me to the position of the Maine State Labor Relations Board as the employee representative. I am honored to be here today to discuss my qualifications to serve on this important board. My plan today is to focus on my past and current experiences that I believe to be most pertinent to the position and to explain why I would like to serve the labor community of the great state of Maine. I spent my entire career as an advocate for students, employees, employers, and my community. As an educator, I've worked with behaviorally impaired students for approximately 18 years. While in this position, I designed and wrote grants to implement an at-risk program for students to ensure that non-special education students receive the support and care they needed to be successful. This program was later replicated in other schools across the country. Prior to my retirement in 2021, I was employed by the Maine Education Association as a labor representative, where I served for 26 years. During this time, I became known as the person who would try to mediate almost anything. In most situations, regardless of the issue. I was not only called on by MEA members to assist them, but I was also asked by many superintendents and the Maine School Management Association to mediate conflict and train employees and their supervisors on how to create respectful work environments for all. In 2010, I had the unique experience of facilitating an intense community conflict between the town's residents and a school committee. I put together a program that was based on the Harvard Labor Project's interest-based negotiations model. The program required each side to define their issues with no judgment of the other side, then brainstorm together and develop solutions. I wasn't sure this was going to come together, but they did. I believe this to be one of my greatest accomplishments. In my advocacy work, I have had to research laws, contracts, regulations, and interpret their intent. Reading between the lines and putting myself in the shoes of others has helped me to see the issues from both sides, thereby allowing me to find solutions, recommend action, or make the hard decisions that lead to resolution and allow the parties to move forward. As you can see from my resume, I am now a state mediator and serving on the Board of Arbitration and Conciliation. I've been fortunate to have had many valuable experiences that have taught me so much and will serve me well should I be confirmed. I am proud of the work I have done and hope to continue to assist all parties and continue learning with finding acceptable paths forward. Thank you for your consideration for my nomination, and I would be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
testimony and your service, and it sounds like your skills might be helpful here in the legislature sometimes. Are there questions?
I'm not sure everything's solvable.
Okay. Are there questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Representative Rader.
To that point, when you enter into mediation and you find that things aren't solvable or you can't come to agreement, the sides can't come to agreement, what's your first course of action after that?
So my strategy, let me say that, for bringing people together is really to define issues. right? Because I think things get very clouded and people throw things in. And I make people define their issue in one sentence. What is your issue? I don't want to hear a speech. I want to know what your issue is. And then I want to find out what the other party's issue is. And then I make them trade places. So if this was your issue, how might you handle this? How might you not handle this? And then I really try to keen in on what they're saying when they're in those roles, to pull the things that are alike together. Because I believe success breeds success. And I believe understanding each other and getting to a place where we can actually put away what do I want to say? I don't want to say hatefulness, but in some cases that is the truth, and really look for problem solving. I believe every problem can be solved. And I never feel like it can't be. So am I always successful? Most of the time. There's been a couple times where people have just decided that it's not in their interest to be cordial or to meet in the middle. And it's not always in the middle. And sometimes I have to make hard decisions for people. And I do it. And I sometimes say, you know, it's my job to look out for your best interest because you don't always know what that is. So some of that is, I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions from committee members? I can never tell, Senator Bradstreet. You got to stick up your hand.
I'm interested, very interesting. You said sometimes you get people to reverse roles or something like that. I
Yes.
wonder if that would be work for this committee and some of us could get to be chair maybe once in a while.
Give me a call. I'll come on in and.
I'll just say anytime. Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you.
Any
Sure.
additional
Thank you.
questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Are there those present who wish to speak in favor of the nomination? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against the nomination? Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the nomination? Seeing none, this public hearing is now closed. The chair would inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. With no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate of the 132nd that the nomination of Ms. Joan M. Moran of Whitefield for appointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. A vote of yes is in favor. A vote of no is against. The committee being ready for the question, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Reader,
Yes.
Rep. Reader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Beck,
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski,
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. 9 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
With 9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 1 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Ms. Joan M. Moran of Whitefield for appointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. Thank you for your service and thank you for sticking with us today.
You bet. Thank you very much.
At this point, we're about to lose a couple members potentially, so I'd like to take a couple votes on motions that we had previously tabled. We'll first return to, if I have my notes here. Yeah, Richard Mativier for appointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees. The pending question before the committee is the nomination of Mr. Richard Mativier of Lewiston for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees be confirmed. A vote of yes is in favor. A vote of no is against. Is the committee ready for this question? The clerk will take the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Reader,
Yes.
Rep. Reader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
No.
Rep. Drinkwater, no. Rep. Beck,
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias,
No.
Rep. Macias, no. Rep. Collins,
No.
Rep. Collins, no. Rep. Sobolewski,
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. 6 in the affirmative and 4 in the negative.
Thank you. 6 members of the committee having voted affirmative and 4 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. Richard Mativia of Lewiston for reappointment to the Maine Public Employees Retirement System Board of Trustees be confirmed. Thank you for your continued service. I do want to say, just on this subject and the testimony that we've heard, we will be reviewing a report from the Maine Public Employees Retirement System on divestment. And I think what I heard today from some of the nominees was disappointing, that there was not more work done to follow the concerns of this committee in making sure that we are following the law and that we're getting the best legal advice we can in terms of divestment. I also would say that the salary issue that we discussed briefly here is concerning one as well. The salaries certainly are in line with other New England and other nationwide salaries for similar positions, but I guess I feel the same way when I see the salary for the UMaine hockey coach, that can't believe how much they are, even if they are competitive. So maybe a broader systemic issue there with the world of high finance and college hockey. But I do want to register that that is a significant concern of this committee as well. Representative Rader.
I also did want to flag that we heard from at least 2 people that offers of help and guidance were made, and that the board decided for whatever reason not to make a use of that. And that was concerning to me. I also want to share my concerns about this issue, share the concerns that Senator Tipping had as well. Thank you.
And I'll just say the reason we're making some broad statements here in general, if we were going to speak ill of a particular nominee, we go into executive session. But I will recognize Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern, and I'm appreciative of the fact that the board has addressed the disability issue that we heard so much from last session, and that there's a program, and my vote was to continue to encourage you to work on that issue to help those 50-ish people, because we heard stories that really still affects a lot of us. Thank you.
All right. Any additional comment on a subject since we've opened the door here? Seeing none, we'll move next to a motion on Mr. Barber. I need to pull up my sheet here. We have an outstanding motion on the reappointment of David Barber, Cape Elizabeth, to the Paid Family and Medical Leave Benefits Authority. Without objection, we'll proceed to a vote on this matter. A vote of yes is in favor of confirmation. A vote of no is against. With no objection, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Rep. Archer,
Aye.
Rep. Archer, yes. Senator Bradstreet.
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
No.
Rep. Drinkwater, no. Rep. Beck,
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
No.
Rep. Collins, no. Rep. Sobolewski,
No.
Rep. Sobolewski, no. 7 in the affirmative and 3 in the negative.
With 7 votes in the affirmative and 3 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Mr. David Barber Cape Elizabeth for reappointment to the Paid Family Medical Leave Benefits Authority be confirmed. Thank him for his continued service. We'll move next to the nomination by the governor of Jessica Maher, Esquire of Brunswick. Open a public hearing on her reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. At this point, the chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Jessica Maher, Esquire of Brunswick for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board.
Thank you. And the chair would now recognize the governor's representative.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marian Turowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Mills. I am pleased to be here to present Governor Mills' nomination of Jessica L. Maher of Brunswick for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. I'll skip the statutory reference and move to the testimony. Ms. Maher has been in solo practice in Brunswick since 2022. Her practice focuses on labor and employment law, representing labor unions, individuals, and small businesses. Prior to opening her own practice, she practiced law at Trube Heisler LLC and at several other law practices. Her scope of practice has included labor and employment law, municipal law, estate and estate planning, commercial transactions, and bankruptcy filings. She was a staff attorney at Legal Services for the Elderly, working with clients on long-term care, guardianship, conservatorship, financial exploitation, and public benefits. The diversity of her 25-year legal career is a valuable addition to the MLRB. Ms. Maher received her JD from Suffolk University Law School, Boston, Massachusetts. She has a BA in Political Science from Johnson State College, Burlington, Vermont, and a Master's of Public Administration from the University of Vermont, also in Burlington, Vermont. She is a member of the Maine Bar Association, the Regional Organization of Municipal Attorneys, a former school board member, and a girls' soccer coach. Jessica L. Maher of Brunswick has been a valuable addition to the Maine Labor Relations Board, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support her reappointment. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. The chair would now recognize Jessica Maher, Esquire, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome. I think you are our last in-person nominee, so appreciate you being here.
Did I win a prize?
He's gone.
Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, members of the Joint Committee on Labor, and IHAD and Housing, because I was not up to date on the change, but my name is Jessica Maher. Make it easy, it's just Maher, like there's no H. I am from Brunswick, and I'm here today to discuss with you my renomination to the Maine Labor Relations Board as an alternate employee representative. First, I would like to thank Governor Mills for nominating me to this position. I'm happy to be here today to discuss my qualifications for continuing to serve on the Maine Labor Relations Board. I was born in Biddeford, Maine, but grew up primarily in Vermont. And despite spending all of my childhood living there, it often was heard that I was not a real Vermonter. As a result, I've always considered myself a real Mainer, and now I've lived here for much longer than I ever lived in Vermont. I grew up vacationing in Maine and was thrilled to return here after law school, and now you heard from Mr. Turowski, that's over 25 years ago. I've been practicing law in Maine since passing the bar exam in the fall of 1998. My practice has grown over the years and has also been refined over the years. I spent the majority of my career to date at Moncure and Barnacle and Topsom. I joined the firm of Trube Heisler for a brief time before ultimately opening my solo practice in the fall of 2022. I currently practice in the areas of wills and probate, business, and municipal law, but the largest part of my practice is a representation of employees and unions, specifically the members of the Fraternal Order of Police and, in more recent years, the Maine State Troopers Association. In 2022, I was nominated by Governor Mills and confirmed by the Senate to serve as an alternate employee representative on the Maine Labor Relations Board. I have participated on the panel and contributed to the decisions of several cases over the last 4 years. I very much enjoy working with the other distinguished members of the board. We are a collegial group. We listen carefully. We review the law. We collaborate to reach our decisions. This board and the extremely competent staff at the Maine Labor Relations Board work together to provide a very fair and efficient process for the resolution of labor disputes in Maine. It has been an honor to serve the state in this capacity, and I welcomed the renomination from Governor Mills. Thank you for your consideration of my renomination, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your service. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair will not take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? With that, all public comments having been taken, this hearing is now closed, and the chair would inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate that the nomination of Jessica Marr, Esquire of Brunswick, for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. A vote of yes is in favor, a vote of no is against. The committee being ready for the vote, the committee clerk will call the roll.
Senator Tipping?
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader?
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Senator Bradstreet?
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater?
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski?
Yes.
Rep. Sobolewski, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you very much. It is the unanimous vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor that the nomination of Jessica Marr, Esquire of Brunswick, for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. Thank you very much. And thank you again for staying with us. We will move next to considering the nomination by the governor of Alyssa Tibbetts, Esquire of Scarborough. We'll be opening a public hearing on her reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Alyssa Tibbetts, Esquire of Scarborough, for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board.
The chair would recognize the governor's representative for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor. My name is Marianne Turowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Mills. I am pleased to be here to present Governor Mills' nomination of Alyssa C. Tibbetts of Scarborough for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. Let me just skip to say that Ms. Tibbetts is being nominated for reappointment as an employer alternate representative of the MLRB. If confirmed, she will receive a 4-year term. Alyssa C. Tibbetts of Scarborough is an employer alternate representative. She holds her JD from the University of Maine School of Law and a BA in Communications from the University of Southern Maine. In addition, she holds a certificate from the University of Southern Maine in mediation and dispute resolution. She has represented public employers in Maine for over 17 years, both in private practice and as in-house counsel. In June 2025, she opened her own solo practice, providing counsel to Maine municipalities, counties, and quasi-municipal entities in labor and employment law. Previously, she was a partner at Jensen, Baird, Gardner, and Henry for over 11 years. She has served several roles with the town of Cumberland, including Human Resources Director, Economic Development Director, Assistant Town Manager, and in-house counsel. She is a member of the Maine and of the National Association of Bond Lawyers and is a member of the Labor and Employment Relations Association and has served on the Portland Regional Chamber of Commerce. Alyssa C. Tibbetts of Scarborough has been a valuable addition to the Maine Labor Relations Board, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support her reappointment. Thank you for consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from committee members? Chair recognizes Senator Bradstreet.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying to think what this, is there a differentiation on the board between public employer and private
Can you
employer?
speak up?
Is there a differentiation in the membership between public employer and private employer? Is just
This is
employer?
all, it's a Maine Labor Relations Board and only applies to public employees and
Okay,
employers.
okay, good. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
I believe she's online.
We will now recognize Alyssa Tibbetts and bring her on as a panelist.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Thank you for sticking with us today.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and esteemed members of the Committee on Labor. My name is Alyssa Tibbetts. I am a resident of Scarborough, and I am appearing before you today for your consideration of my reappointment to the seat of alternate employer representative to the Maine Labor Relations Board. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce myself and share with you directly my interest in and qualifications for the Maine Labor Relations Board. I am a native of Maine. As you've heard, I graduated from the University of Southern Maine and the University of Maine School of Law, and I feel particularly fortunate to be building a career and raising a family here in Maine. And I am proud of the opportunity, or to have an opportunity, to serve this state as a member of the Maine Labor Relations Board, and appreciate the nomination by the governor. Since graduating from law school in 2009, as Ms. Tarowski indicated, I've worked as an assistant town manager for the town of Cumberland and as a municipal attorney with the firm Jensen, Baird, Gardner, and Henry. Last June, I started a new solo practice, Tibbetts Law, where I continue to focus my practice on municipal law. During the last 17 years of that professional experience, my primary area of legal practice has been public sector labor and employment matters. I have represented many public employers in Maine and have learned a great deal about Maine's public employees' labor relations law through that practice, and in particular, the importance of the Maine Labor Relations Board. I have extensive experience in collective bargaining and have become well-versed in the jurisdiction, procedures, and rules of the Maine Labor Relations Board. I have also represented most of those public employers in each of the board's processes, including unit determinations, prohibited practice cases, mediations, and arbitrations. I've had the privilege of working with many bargaining agents, union attorneys, and union stewards throughout the state, and I recognize the value of positive relationships between labor and management. I believe the Maine Labor Relations Board serves an important role in labor management relations within the state of Maine by assisting Maine's public employers and public employees in collective bargaining and dispute resolution, and ensuring that the requirements of Maine statutes are being honored by both employers and employees. It's my hope that my professional experience working on behalf of employers in the public sector will allow me to serve the board and the public employers and employees of this state in a knowledgeable, fair, and diligent manner. Again, I'm honored to be considered for reappointment to this position and for the opportunity to lend my experience to the Maine Labor Relations Board. I appreciate your time and consideration of my reappointment, and I would be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your service and your willingness to continue to serve in your testimony today. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor? Is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this nomination? With none in person and none online, we'll bring this public hearing to a close. The chair would inquire whether any member objects to proceeding to take a vote immediately. With no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend to the Senate that the nomination of Alyssa Tibbetts Esquire of Scarborough for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. Vote of yes is in favor, a vote of no is against. The committee being ready for the question, the clerk will take the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Senator Bradstreet,
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty,
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater,
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Beck,
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias,
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins,
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you. With that unanimous vote, the nomination of Alyssa Tibbetts Esquire of Scarborough for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board is confirmed. Thank you again for your service. We'll move next to our last nominee today. And unfortunately, Mr. Michael Miles had medical issue of some kind, is not able to be here. But we will proceed with his nomination in absentia. We will open a public hearing considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Michael D. Miles of Westbrook for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board. The chair would recognize Representative Rader for the purpose of making a motion on this nominee.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Labor recommend confirmation of Mr. Michael D. Miles of Westbrook for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board.
Thank you. The chair would ask the committee to give a hand to Marianne Tarowski, the governor's representative, for the purpose of making what I believe is her last statement today.
I'd just like to say I'm handing out not only my testimony, but Michael Miles' testimony. As Senator Tipping just said, he's unable to make today's hearing due to medical concerns, but he wants to continue serving on the board. Senator Tipping, Representative Rader, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor, my name is Marianne Tarowski, and I'm a Senior Policy Advisor for Governor Mills. I'm pleased to be here to present Governor Mills' nomination of Michael D. Miles of Westbrook for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board Employer Representative. Mr. Miles is currently serving as the employer representative on the MLRB, and if confirmed, will receive a 4-year term. Michael D. Miles of Westbrook is the member representing employers. He holds a BA in Political Science from the University of Maine at Orono and certificates in Conflict Management and Mediation from the University of Southern Maine. Additionally, he is certified as a senior professional in human resources from the Institute for Civic Leadership. Now a self-employed human resources consultant, he has served as the Chief Human Resources Officer for 4 different organizations over the course of 3 decades, most recently the City of Portland. His many years of experience has made Michael D. Miles of Westbrook a valuable addition to the Maine Labor Relations Board, and on behalf of the governor, I urge you to support his reappointment. Thank you for your consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, we appreciate your time. I would confirm that all members have had a chance to review the written testimony of Michael Miles. It is thankfully short and to the point here, which we always appreciate. Having done so, the chair would now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Is there anyone present who wishes to speak in favor of this nomination? Seeing none, is there anyone present who wishes to speak against this nomination? Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this nomination in any positions? Seeing none, having full opportunity for public hearing.
Gonna exercise that right.
Okay. The public hearing is closed. The chair will inquire, and I believe there is an objection to proceeding to take a vote immediately. Is that correct? Okay.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We will table that motion and we'll proceed. If maybe we could say set a clock on that and take a brief recess, because our other matter is a work session. I'd hate to get everyone in before having to do that.
Respect.
Okay.
what's happening. We're just taking a brief comment and see.
Yeah. All right, if we could return live, thank you. Eliana. We will now hold a vote. The pending question before the committee is whether the Joint Standing Committee on Labor will recommend to the Senate that the nomination of Mr. Michael D. Miles of Westbrook for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board be confirmed. A vote of yes is in favor. A vote of no is against. Is the committee ready for the question? Seeing that it is, the committee clerk will call the roll. Yes.
Senator Tipping.
Yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Rep. Rader?
Yes.
Rep. Rader, yes. Senator Bradstreet?
Yes.
Senator Bradstreet, yes. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater?
Yes.
Rep. Drinkwater, yes. Rep. Geiger?
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
Yes.
Rep. Collins, yes. Rep. Sobolewski?
Yes.
Rep. Sobolewski, yes. Unanimous of all those present.
Thank you. With a unanimous vote of the Joint Standing Committee of Labor, the nomination of Mr. Michael Myers of Westbrook for reappointment to the Maine Labor Relations Board is confirmed. We'll move now to a work session. I believe our analysts are listening in and may join us at their convenience, but may just be a moment. All right, we will now move to a work session on LD 1587. This is a bill that was distributed on Monday, and we had a work session on it yesterday. Now we're going to get some additional analysis, and I would ask our analyst to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sophie Patton. I'm one of the analysts for the committee, along with Steve. I did have a chance to look over the proposed amendment. The very thorough analysis you received from the department on the substance was, in my opinion, in line with what's going on in the proposed amendment. I will say that there are a number of technical changes that would need to be made, which is just formatting. And those would be made in the drafting process and of course come back to the committee during language review, at which point we could further discuss those technical changes and if there were any other changes that were major enough to flag for the committee. Yep.
Thank you, and thank you for keeping it concise. Are there questions for Ms. Patton? Seeing none, you have solved all of our problems. Thank you. Any discussion on this item, or would anyone like to make a motion on this bill? Representative Rader.
I move ought to pass as amended.
Okay, that's ought to pass as amended with the sponsor's amendment. Is there a second? Representative Geiger seconds. Discussion on the motion. Senator Bradstreet is being pointed at.
Thank you. I'll be voting against the pending motion. One is process. This is essentially a new bill. The original bill was like 1 page. This is 3 pages. There are a lot of different things in this than were in the original bill. And that does not give the public interested parties a chance to opine on basically anything. We didn't have a public hearing. There are different things in here that are very important to a lot of people that did not get the chance, neither the proponents or the opponents, to look at that and give a reasoned testimony. The public hasn't had a chance to look at it. The interested parties haven't had a chance to really look at it. I'm not sure if we had a chance to really do a complete analysis of it, since it is so much different. There are also some particular parts of it which are concerning to me. One of them is 1A, which is examiner cause to be examined for that purpose, any books, records, papers, and memoranda of whatever nature relevant to the alleged violation of any person or employer. Does that person include an employee who might be in charge of payroll and makes a mistake? And if so, does that the penalties apply to them? And is this leave it open to more or less a fishing expedition where you can just require many forms because you don't really know what you're looking for? There's that, and I'm sure other people have problems with it too. So with all due respect, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this, but I don't think for both process considerations and substance considerations, I'll be voting against the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And you raised one substantive question there. Is that one you would like to address to our analyst or to the bill sponsor?
If they're willing to do it. I mean, that's not the only thing. I think other people have issues as well, so.
Well, now is the time. We are working the bill.
The process alone is enough to make me object to it. That's what.
Okay. Well, would you like an answer on that specifically or not?
If it's available, yes.
Okay. And could you restate that just for all of us?
Okay, I'm looking at this. The part that, one of the parts that concerns me is not only the kind of what I consider, give us everything you got and we'll see if we can find something, which, you know, a future labor department may not have the same focused attention to particular details as the current ones. If we put this into law, it leaves it open down the road, years in the future. That part and the part that a person or employer, does that mean the guy who's in charge of payroll? That doesn't specify, I don't believe it does. How will that be interpreted down the road?
I would defer the second question of person versus employer to the department. I actually raised that with them, trying to figure out if they meant person or employer. And I do know that they specified that they wanted person or employer in the bill. I'm happy to reach out to them to get an answer for you on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, it does seem it's likely a term of art there.
Yeah.
That's what you're thinking based on DOL enforcement procedures.
Yeah.
Okay. Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. I'm also a no on this. I under section 4A under levy, when we discussed that yesterday, I was concerned about being able to seize property, and we were told that there wasn't a seizure. It wasn't about seizing property, but a levy is a seizure of property, and it doesn't clarify to me that they just can't go in and take someone's truck or take someone's business equipment or something like that. So I was concerned about that part of it. And like I said, did some research on it, and levy, yes, a levy is a legal seizure of property. So if they put a levy on a truck or you know, a piece of equipment or something like that, it opens it up to that. So that was of concern to me, and that's what I had an issue with on it.
My understanding there's already ability to place a levy. This is referring to the notice under 4A. Is that correct?
It's a notice of levy that they've taken it, but
Okay.
a levy is a seizure of property. So how far does that go? You know, is it just on the bank account? Is it just the money? Or can they actually go in and take a piece of equipment? I believe that when she was talking yesterday, she mentioned about a truck that they were levying and the guy tried to sell it. Remember that? And she said,
Yeah.
you know, he tried to get around that way, but it's just a really gray area for me. So it's of concern. Thank you.
So I believe from that example, at least, you know, there is some ability to do that already. 4A seems to be specifying how notice of levy is given, but I wonder if our analyst has any more information on that.
Yeah, so looking at 4A, it does provide, if we move to section B, it does provide that the delinquent person's or employer's property subject to levy includes, and it provides a credit, bank, or savings account or deposit. And then it also says any other interest or personal property that is not exempt from attachment or execution pursuant to Title 14, Section 4421 to 4426. Perhaps it may be beneficial for me to look at Title 14 and see what is provided there. But I think this section does provide the department the ability to issue a levy on personal property.
And the concern also is, Senator, is that if it's a home or a vehicle or something, what about a note that's on it? How does the bank deal with that? If you know, the state wants to take it and there's a lien on it of some kind. So it opens up quite a few questions there. Thank
you. Additional questions, Senator Bradstreet.
Thank you. I'll ask another one then. I think we inquired of the department yesterday if they had a record of wage violations. I'm not sure if we had received that or not. I don't recall any big compelling reason to change the current statute. There don't seem to be an influx of wage violations that would prompt a rewriting of the current bill, current law. And that's another reason I'm opposed to it. I think there has to be more than reason that somebody wants this bill. There has to be compelling reason for it to be considered. Another reason for me to vote against it. Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater and then Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I too won't be supporting this. And I'd just like to point out that I thought we made a pretty good baseline yesterday of saying everything this bill is asking to be done is already in place. They have an assistant attorney general in the department. Main revenue already has the ability to levy and seize. And also under section 3, penalties for violation, if the director determines a person or employer. It concerns me that the word person is in there. What if a shift leader makes a mistake on a time card? Can he be held responsible? Now you could say, nah, that wouldn't happen. Well, you know, we've seen a lot of things that we never thought could happen. We had a director here a while ago of enforcement that was going to come in here and told us how aggressive he was going to be. So, you know, currently we may not have to worry. But if we have another person like that director of enforcement we had, I would be worried if I was a person and made a mistake, because he came in here and he was proud of the fact that he was going to be aggressively going after and looking for violations. So those are just a couple of reasons, but thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The intent of this bill is really to give the Maine Department of Labor the tools they need when they are unable to reach a voluntary agreement with an employer. They specifically wanted the same ability to investigate and the same tools that many other state agencies already have. This isn't some radical new formula. It's something that's already in place at other state agencies. During the public hearing of the original bill, we heard that the Attorney General was dissatisfied with parts of the bill, so we worked with the Attorney General on an amendment that satisfied their concerns. We worked with the Department of Labor on some of their concerns, and they helped draft this language. Lastly, I would just say that, I think that everybody sitting at this table wants to see workers made whole when they are wronged by a bad employer. That's what this bill sets out to do. And that's why I sponsored it, and that's why I'll be voting in favor of it.
Representative Rader.
Thank you. It was my understanding that the amendment was so much more about giving the Department of Labor the same tools as other departments. Specifically, I remember subpoena power. And going back to look at prior testimony here from the unamended bill, I want to read something from the department that I also heard from them yesterday, which was our ability to resolve labor violations often hinges on employer cooperation and voluntary compliance through settlement agreements. Once again, we heard that it is not only the most cordial policy, but the most efficient policy to seek out those settlements. So I will be voting for this, considering how narrowly the bill was tailored by the sponsor in cooperation with two of the larger stakeholders that objected the most. Thank you.
Representative Beck.
I also would be remiss if I didn't mention one of the greatest points of opposition with the original bill was that we were creating new criminal penalties. There are no new criminal penalties in this bill.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this bill. One of the worst or egregious behaviors is wage theft from those who have worked. And to discover that the Department of Labor can only voluntarily request that those employees be made whole troubles me greatly. And I find it odd that we want to defend the very worst of employers who are a very small group. And so I am happy to extend to the Department of Labor the same ability that most other agencies have to subpoena, to lien, and to ensure that employees who have suffered wage theft will be made whole.
Additional comment, Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Just a question. It doesn't say it on here. Is this a department bill? We've been saying the department wants, the department
No,
wants.
this is sponsored by Representative
It's not a department
Beck,
bill.
but
Thank you.
actually, speaking on that, so I think rather than this being an example of not having, public comment or being responsive to that, I think this is a good example of what should happen. When there is good public comment and real concerns raised, the sponsor worked very hard for a long time with the department, the Attorney General's office, took into account the concerns by businesses that there was creating criminal complaints there, reworked the bill in substantial ways to address those concerns. I would say, we have had this for a few days, perhaps not as much as some folks would like. The concern I've heard raised in a substantive matter here is around this referring to a person or employer, which I believe I've seen before and is a term of art, but I think it is something that we can also give a final consideration to in language review if it meets our concerns. So I'm definitely comfortable in voting on this. I'm not going to bring up at any point any 8-page amendments that were brought last minute on paid family medical leave bills last year, because I think that would be unfair. But I will say that I appreciate the work of the sponsor and all of the stakeholders that have worked on this in the intervening months. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick here. First of all, the department already has the carrot and the stick, as we've heard many times in this committee. They try to work with the employer. If the employer doesn't cooperate, they have the stick to make them. Also, is the Attorney General had opposition to this original bill, and to the representative's credit, he went back and he worked it over. But do we have a recent, did he write an opinion on your amendment? Do we know if that is available?
I don't think we have one in our file. Representative Beck, would you like to characterize your conversations?
The Attorney General, the Commissioner of the Department of Labor, and I met at the end of the last session. We had some fruitful discussions. Subsequent to that, I worked primarily with the Department of Labor, who worked in conjunction with the Assistant Attorney General, who is charged with labor matters.
And they reviewed this specific language.
Sorry?
And they reviewed the language before us.
I believe so, yes.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Assistant Attorney General, did he provide anything in writing on this amendment?
I don't have anything in writing from the Assistant Attorney General.
Is there a specific question you'd like to ask of the Assistant Attorney General in this case, Representative Drinkwater?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if he wrote anything on this amendment that would be available to read, and I don't care, I mean, if it comes back for language review, that would be fine.
And I would say, I don't think there is, but I think that usually is not the practice when there's that kind of back and forth done. But I appreciate that question. If you have a specific one, we can also convey that to the Attorney General's office. Representative Collins.
My specific question for the Attorney General's office would be the last paragraph where he states that the criminal justice system is facing significant crisis. So is he saying at this point the amendments have alleviated that crisis if more employers choose to push back on the department after arbitration?
Referring to a line of the testimony from the Attorney General. And this is the last paragraph. Our state's criminal justice system is facing a significant crisis. I believe that was what you were discussing, Representative Beck, in taking out the criminal aspects of this completely.
Yes,
but
that was
do you have
one
more
of
to say on that?
one of the concerns that we addressed.
Senator Bradstreet, did you have a question or comment?
Thank you. Yes. And I just want to lend some perspective if I could. I know when we want a bill, we kind of go to the people who are maybe advocates for it. And oftentimes we don't consider those who are in opposition, and we neglect to include them in any discussions. And we're lay people here. We look at a bill, we don't necessarily know all the ramifications of the bill, but those people on the outside who would have a chance to look at it could ask their experts and see some other things that might be problematic with the bill. And I think it behooves any committee to learn as much as they can about what's in a bill and what the ramifications are going to be. Another reason for me to oppose the bill.
Thank you, Senator. And just to be clear, over the past few days, have you heard any specific concerns, or is there anyone you would want to bring into the process?
I think that's a question that's not relevant because the people haven't had a chance to look at it. You think 2 or 3 days is a lot of time, but it's not when we have all these other things going on for those parties. A few of them, some of the questions we've asked today were asked, but that's just on a very quick analysis of the bill and looking it over. It's not digging into it at all. And that, to me, it behooves us to dig as much as we can. And this isn't to cover up for a bad employers. There are some out there. But what this does, it oftentimes down the road somewhere, somebody's going to use this bill, this law, and go after somebody who really doesn't deserve to be gone after. Some people, it depends on the tenor of the people who are in authority at the time. And we have to be very careful and mindful of that. It has happened. I've seen it happen in my business dealings over the last 40 years. It does happen. Thank you.
Thank you. And I hear echoes in there of the broader decriminalization movement. So appreciate that. That's, I think there's some cross philosophy going on here too. Any other comments on this bill? Representative Collins.
My last comment would be section 4, the formulas that are determined for the fines or the levies to ensure that the Department of Labor isn't trying to cash out everything at once. If a business is legitimately struggling to pay these bills, is there some type of formula in place to ensure that the business can continue operating while the Department of Labor is retrieving what they need to.
Thank you for that question. Just for my own understanding here, I was trying to flip quickly while you spoke there. Which specific part is this?
Section 4,
And
because what I'm under the understanding is that even the IRS has limits as to what they'll take it from someone if they indeed impose a levy on them.
I'm not sure I totally understand the question or this or the part of the section you're referring to, but want to give our analyst or the bill sponsor a chance to respond there. Perhaps they do.
So looking over section 4, are you acknowledging that limit is not in the bill? Okay. So, okay, yeah. So it's, for clarity.
The lack of something.
Yeah, so
okay, that's why I
yeah.
can't find it.
So for
Okay.
clarity, that limit is not provided in the bill. And so the question is, why isn't it in the bill? And
Well, and more specifically, there's no formula to determine, here's a multi-million-dollar business. Are they levied 18% or are they levied 2%? If it's a small business that doesn't reap as much, is there some kind of limitation to ensure that that business can continue operating?
See Representative Rader and then Representative Beck.
Sort of to piggyback off what Representative Collins said, I know we've heard from the department many, many times on their internal processes for working with employers who have violated employment law. I'm wondering if that is reflected anywhere in statute or if that is at the discretion of the department head investigating.
Representative Reader, I would defer that question to the department to answer.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a long-standing past practice in both Democratic and Republican administrations for the Department of Labor to work to reach a voluntary agreement. They're not trying to put anybody out of business. They're always looking for a reasonable accommodation to make the employees whole while not damaging the operations of the business.
Do you have another one, Representative Drinkwater?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, but this would be my last word and then we'll go for a vote.
You
Because I think we
can
already know.
keep going. That is fine. Don't worry about it.
Do we get overtime after 5?
We don't get minimum wage.
I would just like to read from the Attorney General's paper, April 16th, 2025, last page. Currently, most employers cooperating with investigations and in many cases are resolved through settlement agreements. Creating a threat of prosecution is likely to reduce cooperation and make settlements more difficult to achieve, which may make it more difficult or time-consuming to obtain remedies for the affected workers. Furthermore, wage theft is already punishable as a crime, specifically theft. MDOL has the ability to refer cases to the district attorney for prosecution. I rest my case.
And I would say, I mean, that seems to be, from what we've heard so far, exactly why the criminal aspect of this was removed from the bill to address that concern. So
Tools are there.
just trying to get a sense of things here. Seems like there are a couple of questions here. The one around reference to person, I think, is one we could probably handle in language review. There may be some other questions, but I'm not entirely clear if they would, if anyone's vote would hinge on answers from the department on these. Perhaps not. Are we okay to proceed to the vote? All right. I would ask our clerk to take the roll.
Senator Tipping,
Ought to pass as amended, yes.
Senator Tipping, yes. Raper Rader,
Yes.
Rep. Raider, yes. Senator Bradstreet?
No.
Senator Bradstreet, no. Senator Rafferty?
Yes.
Senator Rafferty, yes. Rep. Drinkwater?
No.
Rep. Drinkwater, no. Rep. Geiger?
Yes.
Rep. Geiger, yes. Rep. Beck?
Yes.
Rep. Beck, yes. Rep. Macias?
Yes.
Rep. Macias, yes. Rep. Collins?
No.
Rep. Collins, no. Rep. Soboleski?
No.
Rep. Soboleski, no. Six in the affirmative and 4 in the negative.
Great. Thank you all for what ended up being a long day today. Anything else from our analysts?
Minority
Oh.
report. And then nothing else.
Nothing from you, nothing from Steve?
No.
Okay.
Here for the fun.
Any other committee business today? Seeing none, we are adjourned. Thank you all.